among us who have significantly contributed to their respective fields and continue to inspire countless individuals worldwide. Today, we are going to enter into the third plenary session on the theme Collective Prosperity, Women's Collectives Catalyzing Economic Independence, an initiative that aims to explore and celebrate the transformative impact of these collectives in fostering women's financial empowerment. The session provides an opportunity to acknowledge the contributions of women's collectives and encourage collaboration to accelerate progress toward economic independence for women. By doing so, we can promote gender equality and create a more prosperous future for all. In the third plenary session, we have our moderator, Dr. Laina, Assistant Professor and Head of the Department, Women's Studies Department, University of Calicut. Welcome, ma'am. We are so honored and very happy to have you with us. And we have a keynote speaker, Dr. Nobi Paul, Head of the Department of Social Sciences and Development Studies and Senior Lecturer in Social Work in the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Nairobi. Recently completed postdoctoral studies at Christ University, Bangalore, and published several articles in various national and international journals and presented papers at various forums related to social work and displacement. Welcome, sir. And we have speakers, Dr. Bindu P. Verghese, current Chief of Kerala State Planning Board. She made several paper presentations and has published mainly in the areas of women empowerment and human development. Apart from publishing with UNDP, her articles have appeared in journals such as Indonesian Journal of International Law, Man and Development, and Asian Economic Review. She has worked with Kudumbashree for 5 years on deputation by coordinating various projects in Thrissur district. She has also associated with Kerala Institute for Local Administration, KILA, as extension faculty. Welcome, ma'am. And we have Ms. Peris Query, Country Women Program Officer from Kenya. She will be joined us through online. Welcome. And we have Dr. Rajesh K, Senior Urban Fellow, Center for Urban Governance, KILA Course Director, Training of Urban Local Government, Coordination of Trainings on Waste Management, Coordination of Trainings on Extreme Poverty Eradication, Toil Sabha, One Law Government, One Idea Undertaking Academic Studies, and ongoing research team member representing Kerala State for Center for Policy Research in Higher Education and Diversity and Discrimination in Higher Education in India. Welcome, sir. And we have Dr. Kavita from PSG College, Coimbatore. Welcome, ma'am. A hearty welcome once again to all. Now over to the moderator, Dr. Laina, Assistant Professor, Head of the Department of Women's Studies, University of Calicut. Ma'am, please.
So, very good morning, one and all. And yes, and this is the second day of International Conference on Women Empowerment, Revitalizes 2023. And the topic is very significant in the sense, like what all are the issues which we are encountering and what all things we have to plan and have to address in the post-COVID era. So yeah, because we know that for the last 2-3 years, the entire focus, the entire strategies, entire priorities has been shifted from the basic, what are the specific needs and what all things we were addressing before a COVID period has drastically changed during the COVID period. And the COVID has given us new learnings about what all issues we are still encountering, because right from the UN's first World Conference at Mexico City, so UN has been deliberately trying to analyze the development, what all development initiatives has been taken place in across the world, and how they have impacted women, and how they have impacted women's status within the entire world, and how the development activities are effective enough to cater the needs and demands of women's society in the world. So from that, we can see deliberate interventions from the UN and from the whole women activists, feminist groups throughout in trying to address the various sort of development specific concerns, which has to be inclusive in order to make development activities more gender inclusive. So from that to the new SZG for model of women collective. And we can trace this women SHG collective activities right from the textile labor organizations initiatives during 1950s, in which the women's labor organization was trying to create a group of women who are involved in textile labor industry, to give them some skills in order to make them more equipped enough to compete the needs and demands of the workplace. So from that 1954 onwards, we can see a serious intervention from the women communities and collective groups in order to address the specific needs and specific needs and demands of the workforce. So and in 1998, when Kerala government has launched poverty eradication program Kudumbashree, by focusing on women, and its main concern was to eradicate poverty. And in the last day sessions also, we were discussing just eradicating poverty doesn't mean just to give money. At the same time, some sort of inclusion has to happen in throughout the society in various inclusions, and women should get a space and situation in which they can access and utilize a whole lot of societal activities as an equal citizen of the country. So in that context, today's plenary session theme is particularly focusing on collective prosperity, how women can collectively prosper, and how it can lead to the empowerment of a person, and also the empowerment of entire society in which, and how these self-help groups of women becomes a catalyst in economic independence. And we know that during the COVID period, from 1998 onwards, we know that the entire economic atmosphere of Kerala, and how women have become active participants in the economic part, and how they were able to contribute in the day-to-day livelihood issues of their family, the help of self-help group collectives, and how they could negotiate the money lenders and other sort of people who were interfering in their daily activities, dealing with these small economic issues which they are facing in their day-to-day activities. And they were able to, and this women's collective, what I feel is that this SHGs was a form of networking in which this 14 or 15 women were able to have a mutual understanding about what all issues each women are facing in their own respective lives, and how they can collectively address those issues, and some sort of women solidarity we can see within this SHGs, not merely economic activities, but a women solidarity, a women caring and sharing and intervening in day-to-day issues in a very effective manner. And in that sense, like how we know that during the COVID period, the entire economic activities and entrepreneurship activities in our society has dropped down a lot, and it has mainly affected the entrepreneurs. specifically the women entrepreneurs in SHGs, because we have done a small study in our department and in Malappuram district. So what we were feel is that most of the women, those who have a rented shop or some establishments, they have to shut down and they couldn't pay the rent. So everything was shifted to their home. And they were saying that for 2 years, they were in severe trauma because they were not able to contribute to their family income, and the whole lot of incomes and earnings which they were having was not there, and they feel a sort of very severe mental traumas and issues. And at the same time, most of them have tried to utilize their home in some sort of shifting their home, like what actually happened during the industrial revolution. Like when home was the productive space, when industries come, everything was shifted to industries. So similar thing, they were saying that during the post-COVID, during the COVID period, industries has closed, and we have to shrink to our home, and we were trying to make our home more productive, and how we can explore the whole lot of online trading, online activities for their entrepreneurs. So it was a learning experience in the sense new skills were acquired by women, because mostly when we talk about women's skills in the in the workforce, they often say that women are not that technically equipped to handle these issues. But COVID was a new learning experience for women entrepreneurs, in the sense they were able to utilize whole lot of digital platforms for their economic activities. So it was both a learning experience and at the same time a challenge. So we know that women, when they encounter certain issues, specific issues, they will definitely come up with some strategies to overcome, because women have that that will to overcome the difficulties. And what is that they seek the help of their SHG group members to, as a collaborative, as a collective effort, they were trying to negotiate these new hindrances and issues. So I feel that this particular session, in which the first speaker, Dr. Norby Paul, is the head, Department of Social Science and Development Studies, and senior lecturer in social work in Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Nairobi. And I hope that he'll be specifically speaking from the COVID experience of women SHGs and women economic empowerment, and also what is the step forward to overcome these newer issues and for a newer world ahead. So I welcome Dr. Norby Paul for the keynote address. So welcome you, sir.
Respected moderator, Dr. Anita, and my co-speakers, dear participants of the conference. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to share what is within my capacity or within my limit. I'll be speaking something about what are the challenging women's empowerment, what are the challenges that women empowerment faces in the post-COVID world. And this is what I thought of to speak. These are the highlights that I will be speaking into. What is the current concerns of the time, and what are the questions that echoes from the concerns of the time, and then what we presume when this questions comes in, and what were the approaches during the COVID period we were following, and what are really unmasked by the COVID, and then is there any theories that we can support, we can explore to look into it, and what could be the way forward. These are the things that I will try to share. And when we are looking into the concerns of the time, just look into the, these are a few concerns. Women in the workplace have come down in terms of employment opportunities and employability. And this has led to the economic choices that is being challenged by economic choices of the women have been come down because of the COVID. And sometimes it may be economic choices, but at the same time, there is apparently also seen political willpower in the world of narrow thinking going for women empowerment. Is it happening? And also women in decisive leadership. We speak about women in the decisive leadership, but at the same time, how far we have moved. The concern, especially in the COVID period, is also another concern that we need to look into it, and especially effective management. And women, we are speaking about Kudumbasri, and women have empowered, but at the same time, how many are there in the effective leadership of the current time? These are few concerns. And also remember that if you look into the total population, women working across the globe, 50% of the women are working outside of their native countries. They contribute to the living condition, to the living of their families in their homeland. Now, from there, I remember that though these people are working one part and contributing this side, and also from the locally, if you look into it, women also are the custodians. If you look into it, they are the custodians of mostly, if you look into the traditional family, traditional knowledge, and the women contribute to the community's livelihood. That's what the Kudumbasri is thinking. That's what their initiative happened. And also, it has also, the women have also contributed to the resilience when the events happens. Esther, we heard the stories on that. And but at the same time, we have another concern comes in these days, the climate change, how we look into this dimension. And another aspect of is that gender-based discrimination do we face? And sometimes they are disproportionate involvement, and especially in the unpaid work. Unpaid work, I mean, sometimes look into the basic house chores that happens. And also in terms of the accessibility to the healthcare, education, property, and financial other services. I'm not only speaking from the local perspective, also if you look into the global perspective, you can find it. And recognition of women's role equally is also important, which may be a little bit challenge because propensity of men, advancement of men is more, advanced role for the men is higher than the women. And access to the decent work opportunities, of course we have it, but at the same time standard or in the workplaces, though the rules are there, then still they are challenged. And women face in the rural economy a lot of challenges, lack of information, job availability, and opportunities for training, education, limited access to the property and land, and financial and non-financial services. I'm not speaking not only from this local perspective. This is what exactly happened. Especially, I know it, the country that I was working, Kenya. And also, all these things happen recently. The government of India has tried to enact the law on women reservation, but still women remain underrepresented in all the major key roles. Now, from this background concerns, do we have, whether these are the questions that echoes for me. One is empowering. What is the empowering strategy that we are looking into it? Is it empowering gender mainstreaming or education for empowering? or empowering gender education policies, about more learning? Can we look into the learning process so that the women automatically got into the mainstream? And also, can we look into the fast tracking progress in women's empowerment? Have we ever tried to look into the fast tracking here means you have a track record of women empowerment. Have we looked into it, especially in the women's role in public life, especially on the decision-making process? Is there any overlooking of women's empowerment value and dignity and the personalized voices? Can we look into it? And is women empowerment nation building or the society building? That's what we can say. But though we speak about nation building and everything, can we say that the recipients of the women empowerment really made their growth in their life? And then still everybody is asking, is there women empowerment? Is the women empowerment is on the right direction or not? When we are looking into these things, I assume what was the basic concept, what the concerns comes in. These are the assumptions that we look into the women empowerment. This is what my thinking. Women empowerment is beyond of economic stability, mitigating poverty, but assuming and building capacity to moving up. Women empowerment does not limit to economic, but it speaks about building the capacity and moving or making an upward mobility of the people. And the second thing is that women empowerment is to give consideration to gender equality gender inequality and poverty. I don't speak about economic poverty, but poverty in terms of the power relations also. And this is very much related to the healthcare, education, and resilience and migration even. And access to income or income fetching activities and opportunities. This is what we think about women empowerment sometimes. COVID and poverty are related, but post-COVID, looking into the post-COVID, poverty is a new dimension rather than the dimension of emancipation. Emancipation and power inequality or stability or sustainability. It has got new varieties of dimensions that we have to think about it. It's not merely emancipation. And then we assume when women empowerment, we look into the line of leniency of power. So the patriarchy or matriarchy, we follow it, but the thing is that change is, it was experienced and it was unexpected change due to the COVID. And also the policy of mainstreaming gender or women contribute to the sources of income and power. That is an assumption that we think about it. And also traditional knowledge also drives innovations in enhancing resilience and generating green job. Because yesterday we heard a lot of how the women were able to overcome, how they were able to make their resilience during the COVID period, especially to overcome their economic poverty. So resilience has come up because of their local knowledge. And women and girls are still earnless, learnless, and earnless. I repeat, women and girls still earnless, learnless, and earnless. This is a reality and also an assumption. And women collectives developing in agriculture as the key of economic empowerment, because we have not explored much on that. From there, I just look into it. Normally we look into the certain approaches. We have the right-based approach need-based approach or strength-based approach. That's what we think about it. But when we are looking at it, the notion of buying power of women through selling power, it happens. Is an approach. I don't know which approach that is happening. Is it right-based or need-based or strength-based? But it is happening. And notion of gendered spending. This is another thing that we have to think about it. Notion less of women and more of men. This is a reality, and that's an approach that we all in the society is happening. And then power imbalance and imbalanced money distribution. It happens, including the workplaces. And feminization of the employment is a reality. And deliberations of power denial are realities. And then striking the balance on the social role is the challenge that we are facing today. And promoting gender equality and empowerment requires a focus on enhancing decent work and economic opportunities for young women. This is what another concern we need to look into it. So based on these realities, I believe the COVID has unmasked a few realities with regard to the women empowerment. This is what I think. Despite of momentous stride towards improved education and employment opportunities in women and girls, gender gap persists. And women are heavily impacted on. They are more likely to work in social sectors that requires face-to-face interactions. They are more likely to be employed in the informal sector, which is not covered under the most of the labor laws. And women do more unpaid household work than men. As a result, bear the brunt of impact of shutdown on families. Young girls are more likely to drop out of school to help supplement household income to the loss, the income lost in the COVID period. Challenges of sustainability of women empowerment depends on nature of income generated. And economic empowerment leads to the improved gender relations. It helps for the negotiating power of the women and effectiveness of the women cultural practices and income generation activities are, and also helps for innovations. Education does not guarantee a reduction in unpaid care work for women. Is a reality. And economic growth is associated with the reduction in the unpaid care work for women in physical time-intensive tasks of unpaid care work. Higher levels of economic development do not automatically lead to the more equal distribution of unpaid care work than the men. So from this perspective, if you look into it, I am just looking to 4 theories that we can look into it. One is Schumpeter's innovation theory. Innovation speaks about everything has to have innovation. Innovation needs entrepreneurship. This will help for the empowerment. And another thing is that empowerment theory that speaks about well-being at a larger level. And it speaks about alleviating individual struggles and psychology of wellness. We speak about it. And then we have another theory that we need to look into it, resource mobilization theory, how the resources can be mobilized for the maximization of the equal distribution and the strengthening and effective leadership of the women. And another theory that we have to look into is theory of change. Change that we have to look into, we have to work on the long-term objectives for a permanent improvement, though change is imperative. From this, what the glaring reality and the assumptions and the concerns and the approaches that we have and the theories. Based on these theories, reflection came to me like this. and what we could do for in the post-COVID period for the women empowerment, what we can do. Women empowerment in the post-COVID era must be an interplay of innovative theory, resource mobilization theory, fear of change, and fear of empowerment, which can lead to women's sustained development process. Develop a strategy of creativity and sustainability that spearhead equality, not justice alone, not justice alone, but consideration to distributive justice of equity and equality. And remove gender landscaping and male business. Provide power to attract and respond to the needs of utilizing underprivileged and not economic but social norms ascribed power. Possible. Then development partnership, that was the SDG 17 that we can look into for sustainability of leadership, sharing of the knowledge, technology, and resource to overcome poor resource mobilization. For that, you can identify partner or implement and supplement all these things. And then building up resources restructuring model to build trust and advance to learning and to overcome uncertainties and inadequacy of skill. And a fair transition to environmentally sustainable economies and societies for all. And then we have to make a transition from environmental sustainability for sustainable economies and sustainable societies for all. For that, we need to follow creating jobs and care solutions in the formal rural economy that will leverage the women's rural initiatives, protect the rural women from unacceptable forms of work, enhance social protection for women in the rural economy, closing the representation gap that is needed, and then catalyze private investment for women economic empowerment. That was yesterday, one of the yesterday's talk. And economic empowerment through entrepreneurship and business leadership. How many women are in their business leadership? Think about it. And public policies, we need to have it. And also avoid gender-based production and trade partners that reflect deeply on entrenched social norms. And limit women's mobility, gender-based patterns, and constraints on agricultural trade. And then for this conclusion, I will put, let us look into promote gender equality and women economic empowerment in rural areas that contribute to several SDGs. SDG 1, 5, 8, 13, 14, and 15. And then an SDG 5 has to be more on focus. That speaks about as part of all other goals, with many targets specifically recognizing women's equality and empowerment as both objective and as part of solution. This is part of the Addis Ababa action agenda. Call for gender mainstreaming in formulating and implementing all financial, economic, environmental, and sustainable policies, putting emphasis on women's entitlement to social and economic rights as core values, gender-aware public budget, public spending, and gender equality that supports women's traditional care work, providing safe water, sufficient sanitation, safe transportation, basic health care, early childhood education, and support for elderly care that act as women's empowerment indicators. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Norbipol. And he has very well displayed the platform for this interaction. In the sense, he has talked about the use of these some of the issues and assumptions which was there in the context of women's economic development. And at the same time, he was saying that education doesn't means that women are empowered, and it doesn't means that educated women are into workforce, and education is not the only criteria. So that's a very well said point, sir. Because we know that during the COVID period also, like as part of an educational institution, we also encounter certain issues. And in the sense, like when we are doing online classes and all, these girls were having whole lot of domestic responsibilities. At the same time, whole lot of educational responsibilities also was there. So to trying to negotiate this private, their personal, their familial domestic things, and at the same time coping up with their passion, interest, their studies, it was a difficult task for them. But it was not that difficult for the male students. That's what we feel. It was a very difficult task. Like during some interaction, when we asked some certain questions, they were saying that, no, ma'am, we are in kitchen works, or we are doing household chores. So they'll be responding, like we can hear some sort of noises from when their mics are unmuted. So this was a learning. In the sense, education doesn't make any change. That's it's not only education. At the same time, unless and until we speak about or practice democratizing our personal relationship, our domestic sphere, this education is not only the intervention or discussion or only the way for the way ahead. And he has spoke about the gender aware public budgets, the need for gender aware public budgets, and about how this environmental sustainability can be incorporated and can be that possibilities can be utilized for women empowerment and economic empowerment activities of women. And yeah, so in that context, I hope that the next speaker, she is Dr. Bindu P. Verghese. She is the chief of Kerala State Planning Board, Kerala. She is basically an economist, and she has a long years of experience in the field of local self-government institutions, Kudumbashree, and very grassroots level organizations, right from the very beginning inception of SHG activities in Kerala. And I feel that, and now she is the part of planning board and this gender aware public budgets and what all initiatives that Kerala government is being implementing through the last several years in order to address the gender concern. And I hope that Dr. Bindu P. Verghese will definitely speak on that context. And on behalf of all the participants, I welcome Dr. Bindu P. Verghese for the address. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Respected chair of the session, Dr. Laina, Honorable State Planning Board member, Professor Mini Sukumar, our ex-planning board member, Professor Mirdalipan, and my fellow speakers and dear friends. First of all, I would like to congratulate the district mission team for organizing such a wonderful event. Especially, this is the suitable time for organizing such an event because this is the 25th anniversary of Kudumbashree. And I would like to thank the team of Kudumbashree for inviting me for this wonderful session. I'm standing here with immense pleasure and a lot of memories of great events organized by district mission team Kudumbashree years back, in which I had also an organization role. And I thankfully remember the learnings of my Kudumbashree sisters have become vital inputs for my working in my present position. And also they have helped me to reform me a more sensible, more gender and social sensitive person. But this, let me come to my present day job. My previous speaker has laid an elaborate theoretical foundation for this, and chair asked me to mention the state planning boards and states initiative to the gender budgeting and all. But for the time, I'm not entering into that gender budgeting thing, because I think honorable state planning board members will do that, because they will mention about the gender budgeting thing. Today, I would like to examine the Kudumbasree's overall initiatives for the economic empowerment in a more empirical manner. And it's a macroeconomic perspective thing. By economic empowerment, I usually refer this usual definition of UACD, that is, economic empowerment is the capacity of women and men to participate in and contribute to benefit from growth process in ways that recognize the value of their contribution, respect their dignity, and make it possible to negotiate a fairer distribution of the benefits of the growth. And for this, for examining the economic empowerment, I'm examining the major economic activities, financial and economic activities that is undertaken by Kudumbasree. And the first thing is it's community-based organization. And Kudumbasree has a very huge and distinctive CBO network with about more than 3 lakh Kudumbasree energies and nearly 46 lakh members under that. This means that more than half of the total households under Kerala is under the Kudumbasree network. And maybe nearly 100% of the BPL families are also under the Kudumbasree network. In the past years, especially before the commencement of Kudumbasree, the major obstacle for the mobility of the women towards the journey of empowerment was the lack of social capital and social network. They were mainly confined with the boundaries of the house and divide of access to financial institutions, political power, and social mingling. But Kudumbasree CBO and its social network have given an opportunity to access to the social capital as well as to the financial access. The first step of Kudumbasree, first step towards economic empowerment is the access to finance. Kudumbasree, this Kudumbasree CBO helped them to come out of the home and connect with this financial institutions. I would like to show some of the figures related to the financial access of women through Kudumbasree. That means the total thrift amount. That's the basic activity of Kudumbasree. That is the thrift and credit. All energies are working on the basic concept of thrift and credit. And the total thrift amount comes to, this is a figure of 21-22, and it's about 5,000 crore in 1 year. That's a cumulative figure. And when come to the internal loan, it's more than 23,000 crore. When we come to this, this is absolute figure that will be meaningless. But when we compare this figure to the macro figures of the state finance, that will be more important. That is the total state plan for that particular year, 23-24, is only 13,000 free plan, 13,000 crore. Our internal, Kudumbasree's internal loan amount is twice than that of the total free plan of the state. And when we come to the total state plan for the local bodies, that is nearly more than 8,000 crore. But when we come to these figures in the 21-22, the free plan was about 11,000 crore, and the local body plan was only 7,000 crore. So such a big amount, huge amount is being circulated through this thrift and credit amount. But when we speak about the Kudumbasree thrift and credit, the main criticism about the microcredit is that this is not economically, it's not producing any economic activity, and it's not productive, that thing. But whenever I think of that criticism, I remember and a conversation which was held when I joined in Kudumbasri in 10 years back. And I raised this casual talk to our Nadatra CDS chairperson. She is no more, Mercy, she is no more. Nadatra CDS was very active in the microfinance activities at that time. When she was proudly speaking about the microfinance activity, their thrift amount, their bank linkage and all, I casually commented that, what is Mercy? You are not contributing much in these economic activities. You are doing a lot of things in microfinance, but this is not a productive investment. Like that, a casual comment I made. But when I commented this, she sat in front of me and started to talk emotionally. She told me that I have taken 8.8 lakh from my energy. More than, I don't remember the exact figure, but it's 8.8 lakh from energy for this 10 years. Within this 10 years, I have taken 8.8 from internal loan and from this bank linkage loan. And I bought first plastic chair in my house from this Kudumbasri thrift amount. Ma'am, you know how many times I sat, my husband and my children sat one after another with excitement on that chair. And I constructed a small house out of the Bhavanasri lawn from Kudumbasri. And after that, I could stay home when it was raining without any fear, because otherwise the roof was leaking, our small house roof was leaking. And my husband, he was a, my son's education was met by this, and I am an asthma patient. Before I joined in Kudumbasri, I had to wait in government hospital in Q&Q, but after that, I'm getting better treatment. And I bought a auto rickshaw for my husband for his livelihood. Do you think that all these things are not productive? That is the main emotional talk whenever I have criticism about this. And after that, out of curiosity, I made a quick analysis of this microfinance activities of Varavur CDS and Velur CDS. I took 10 energies from each of this Kudumbasri and Kudumbasri CDS. And I understood that nearly 10 to 15 to 20% of the total thrift amount goes to the education of their children or grandchildren. And near 20% goes their health expenditure. And 10 to 12% goes their own economic activity, and 10 to 15% goes to their family members' economic activity, and the rest goes for the consumer purchase and construction of home and their marriage of the daughters. So we cannot say that this thrift amount is not economically productive, I think. And yesterday, I had another casual talk with my Maladi Chechi. She helps me in my household house. She is also a Kudumbasri member. She says that from her casual talk, I know that her son's house construction is going on. Yesterday, she told me that I'm going to give 50,000 from Kudumbasri to my home to finish his house, because his house construction is on stuck because of the money thing. But now I'm not going him. Only at the finishing stage, I'm going to give him. Then I asked, anyway, you are going to give him 50,000 from Kudumbasri linkage loan. Then why are you waiting for the finishing stage? You give him now itself. She said that, no, I will give only at the finishing stage. And for completing other things, he has to take some loan from bank and all. And I again insisted, why are you waiting? You just give him the 50,000 now itself. She said that he and his wife, that's my daughter-in-law, must remember that they could finish their house with my money. No, I understood. I understood yesterday that now women are, capable of spending their money with some value, and they know how and when they have to spend. That is the happiest thing I I would like to mention regarding the microfinance activities, and a lot of experiences are there, but with the time constraint, I'm going to the next slide. And yeah, this is the total means bank linkage thing, that is about cumulative bank linkage is a very huge figure, that is 25,000. Yeah, I am comparing this figure with the macro figure, that is the NFHS reports of 2 years. See the slide, how it has differed, what changes are made. In 2005-6, they have decision power on their money, that's only 25%. But it has enhanced to 55% as per the last NFHS report. And in the second variable I took is that percentage were taken bank or saving account that they themselves use. That you see the huge change. We can, this change is highly attributed to the inventions of microfinance activities and CBO of Kudumbashree. That's doubtless thing. And in the case of employed things, that figure is, this is nearly 88% of the people, they have their means decision-making power in their money. And in the bank things, the figure comes to 95%. There has been a means tremendous change occurred during this 2 years period. That is the 2004-6 is the third NFHS report, and this is the last. And with this, let me come to the next economic activity. For our small this presentation, I have taken only 3 activities. That is, one is microfinance. The second one is JLG thing, that is the Kudumbashree's interventions in farming. And the third thing is the micro enterprises. And when we come to the case of JLG, Kudumbashree started this collective farming things in 2008. But with the intervention of NABARD, Kudumbashree changed this collective farming as JLGs in 2010-11. And now all collective farming groups under Kudumbashree is known as JLGs. And when I say that Kudumbashree's JLGs is an important process of this women empowerment process. Why I'm saying this? It was the process. Kudumbashree women have faced a lot of challenges when they entered into the collective farming. We know that men are increasingly moving away from cultivation because they are using the land for some other purpose. And in that space, women entered into the farming activities. And we know that when we say the concept of farmer, that does not include normally the women. Only men are considered as farmers. And in this context, women entered into the farming as farmers. Their status, their experience in the farming activities were either in the form of wage earners or they are helpers in their husband or parents. But now they are acting as farmers. And for that, they have faced a lot of challenges. The lack of land, and access to credit, and they were not considered as the members of Padashagri Samadhi, paddy fields, and it's a very important thing which women have to fight a lot when we enter into the paddy fields. And I remember, I'm not explaining more, this is the figure, and nearly more than 3 lakh persons, women are engaged in JLGs. And the area under cultivation is more than 20,000 hectares. And the total JLGs is more than 75. This is a huge figure. And even now I'll remember some of the quotations regarding the JLGs things. When Thrissur Kudumbashree has had organized an important event regarding the JLG's experience sharing workshop in 2012. And the MKSP program, national level program, was inaugurated in Thrissur district in Kudur Panchayat. And it was inaugurated by the then Central Minister Jairam Ramesh. During that session, we had conducted an experience sharing workshop. And one person, she was from Velukura Panchayat, Malliga, she was saying that she had to, when they started cultivation, that is paddy cultivation, the important hurdle was the availability of water. The Padashegiri Samadhi, which is led by the men, they never gave them proper watering. Either they will less water or they will more water. For paddy cultivation, proper watering is very important. So they sat the whole night by singing and all. And 2-3 weeks, they had to sat in the whole night near the Padashegiri. That much troubles they had faced when they entered into the JLGs. And for marketing, also they had faced a lot of experience. Yeah, a fun comment which was made by one Ramani from Kuru Panchayat, I remember that. Before I entered into this JLG cultivation, I had to pickpocket my husband when he was micro enterprises things and economic activities. And as this is the 25th anniversary, has to enter into more elevated and more dignified enterprises and economic activity. That's my request. And again, I have one of the important criticism against Kerala's work participation rate is that even if Kudumbasri has done a lot of economic activities, that is not reflected in the work participation rate. And even if Kerala has a lot of highly educated people, that is not reflected in Kerala's work participation rate. But this is a positive thing that happened. I compared two, this is a macro figure from Government of India. The first figure is related to the 60th NSS report that was conducted in 2011. And I took the last PLF report, periodic labor survey report. We can see that in the earlier period, Kerala's work participation rate was less than that of India, both in rural as well as in urban. No, in rural case, yes, both in rural. In urban case, yeah, the situation was a little bit better, even in 2011-12. But in the case of rural thing, you see the difference. Now Kerala's work participation rate has surpassed India's work participation rate. That means Kudumbasri's economic activities have clear impact on the Kerala's economy and economic participation of women. that is with this, I'm stopping here. With if we want, we can have more discussion after all presentation. Thank you very much.
So yes, so thank you, Bindu ma'am, for a elaborate, presentation on the various SHGs and the how micro enterprises, JLG, and also connecting with the recent recent work participation rate of Kerala. And yeah, so and I think we can have a discussion at the end of this panel session. And yeah, and so she has been explaining about how JLGs and the micro enterprises and how these interventions has reflected in the labor work participation rate of women in Kerala. And yeah, so but still it is 29, and it's a very small number. And because we know that in all the higher education institutions, specifically in arts and science colleges and universities, we have 80% of women. And so and in PhD, doing PhD, the PhD scholars are also nearly 80%. So in that case, there is some sort of yes, there is a very big gap in the reality. So I think that sort of discussions will happen later. So the next presentation is by Paris Kerich, and she is the social health compliance officer, Kenya, and she'll be joining online. Paris, are you there? Paris?
Good morning.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate the opportunity and thank all those who made this event possible and all protocols observed. And firstly, I'm glad to be invited for this. I'm glad to be invited for this
Paris,
event. Huh?
excuse me.
Good morning. Yeah.
Like we can't hear you. Like we can't see you. Can you share your video?
Is it on now? Is it
Your
on?
video
It's
is not
on my
visible.
end.
Yeah.
Okay, it's on my end. Am I audible?
You are audible. Yeah, you are audible.
Okay.
But we
Okay.
can't see you.
Yeah, my video is on. Unless, let me. Oh yeah, just a minute.
Yeah. Now it's done. Yeah. Hi. Yes.
So it's a bit dark, yeah. Okay, good morning once more. I appreciate the opportunity and thank all those who made this event possible in all protocols observed. I'm glad to be invited for this event to make my contribution on women empowerment and strategies in the post-COVID world. My name is Paris, and I'm actually a finalist student of social work at Catholic University of Eastern Africa. And I'm glad to present my research, which is ongoing for my PhD on Indigenous women empowerment in relation to cultural practices in access to national social security for health in Kenya in the post-COVID era. And this is a case of the Maasai community women in West Kajiado, a sub-county in Kenya. So I'll look at the world view, the global, regional, and the local perspective of social health insurance and women in the post-COVID world. Can I have the slides on? The social health insurance systems have been effective in countries like Germany and Netherlands, particularly in countries with large formal sector. Many sub-Saharan countries are implementing social health security through schemes like the social health insurance or community health schemes to protect people from health burdens and ensure access to health for all. As it indicated by the American philosopher Ralph Walden, that actually the first wealth in the world is health. So when I looked at this research, the women in the Maasai community were being left out from the social health insurance in Kenya. So the Maasai community in the sub-Saharan Africa, it is described as a pastoral community engaged in livestock rearing and production. Their livelihood is nomadic. They are predominantly polygamous and known to live a communal life. The community has a structural patriarchy system where men hold power and dominate women, resulting in social and economic disadvantages for women, as mentioned by an author, Oyima, of 2019. So various programs, including health insurance, do not fully address the importance of women's social health security in Kenya. This limitation hinders efforts to improve the health of a significant number of women effectively, particularly those of the sub-county that I made my study on. The Maasai community lives a communitarian life guided by the cultural, familial, religious, and community practices. These practices often restrict these women from accessing mainstream provisions like education, health services, economic opportunities, and political participation. The Maasai's constrained and restricted lifestyle limits their access to health security, despite the availability of programs like the National Health Social Insurance in Kenya. Factors contributing to the limitation include low literacy rates, economic challenges, poor housing conditions, and culturally accepted practices like polygamy. And also, I looked at the literature review by different scholars relating to the indigenous women empowerment in relation to the cultural practices. And this is what came by, and that actually religious practices as practiced by the Maasai can influence the health insurance coverage of women. The other aspect is that African traditional religions impact cultural beliefs and practices. Also that the other aspect is that traditional healers such as medicine men use traditional medicine and rituals for healing. This also impedes the efforts by the government to ensure that there is the social health security covers the entire community. The child marriage is influenced by poverty, traditional practices, and gender norms in the Maasai community. The polygamy, specifically polygamy, can affect health insurance due to cultural norms and gender inequality. This is an aspect that requires women to be empowered so that they are able to know, to actually be conversant with the right to access healthcare. Morality and values are integral to culture and influence behavior. Female genital mutilation is a practice in the community, and it also affects the education of girls, as pointed out by the United Nations Children's Fund in 2016. Early marriage also in the community led to girls dropping out of school and limited opportunities of these girls with regard to access to employment opportunities and also access to information. They are not able to to get the information on health, they are not able to understand and also the importance of access to healthcare with regards to feminine health. In the research that was undertaken in the Maasai community, the following findings came up. The Maasai community is a nomadic community and moves from place to place in search of pasture for their animals. And with this in the post-COVID, and actually during the COVID, this community was greatly affected due to their lifestyle because there was restriction of movement and this community could not either access healthcare as well. The lifestyle made it challenging to provide healthcare outreaches to the community as they also kept moving from one place to the other. And the women in the Maasai community also faced difficulties in accessing healthcare, primarily because men are the main breadwinners and women often lack a source of income. In this community, the women have accepted patriarchy as their way of living. So they actually regard men to be dependent on the men, and they've not accepted to be empowered, and so that they can be able to be economically empowered, because even for decision making, these women rely on their husbands. They don't still believe in their own strength or believes in themselves. The Maasai community strongly believes in the importance of adhering to cultural practices and traditions. They believe that abandoning these practices can bring curses and misfortune, but following this brings blessings. So these Maasai women also believe that cultural practices, which are deeply rooted in them, have to be adhered to. And contravening these traditions might bring calamities might befall on them if they contravened. Many members of the community relied more on traditional healing and methods and herbal remedies than modern medicine. This greatly affected the access to social health insurance in Kenya. This preference has led to poor health-seeking behavior, particularly among the women. And also the female children in this community as viewed as a source of wealth within the community. These female children are married off at an early age, so they are not able to attend school, and the families are able to be paid bride price. Polygamy is a significant obstacle for women in accessing social health security. Only one wife is typically accommodated in health insurance coverage, and the decision rests within the husband. So in the Kenyan social health insurance policies, it indicates that one family can only declare one wife as a dependent. And now pertaining this community that's actually a polygamous family, I realized that now the third, like the second and third and the other women married to the man are not able to be eligible members of the social health insurance as much as the husband is a member of the social health insurance. There's also the early marriages prevent young girls from pursuing education as they are married off by their fathers. This is also caused by the forced marriages by the community, not just by their fathers. And it's a requirement that after puberty, the girl is supposed to be married off. The study found a statistical significant negative relationship between the cultural practices and women's social health security. This means that an increase in cultural practices in the Maasai community with a decrease in women will decrease the access to social health security of these women in Kenya. And because my background is social work, I had to look at empowering women through social work in the post-COVID era. And social work is key in ensuring these women's voices are heard. And through this, social work can have a significant impact on women's social health security, which involves protecting and promoting the health and well-being of individuals and communities through social policies and programs. Social workers play a crucial role in assisting individuals, especially women in pastoral communities, such as the Maasai in Kenya, which is a community that was under my study, in accessing social health security programs and services. The social work will also provide support and advocacy to those navigating complex and social health systems. Social work is also very critical since it will involve helping women develop resilience and coping mechanisms to overcome daily challenges in their communities, and not just about the Maasai community, but about other communities in the world that are going through the same predicaments. Social workers will assist women in building healthy relationships through counseling, education, and other resources. Social work methods will also, the social workers will also help in ensuring and addressing the underlying causes of disparities in social health security, access, and they can also work towards creating a more and just, equitable society for the women. And in conclusion, the study findings revealed a statistically significant inverse relationship between social articulation and women's social security for health in Kajiado sub-county. The Maasai people led a nomadic lifestyle, moving to find pastures for their livestock, which can affect healthcare access and also uptake of social health insurance. Within the community, female children are highly valued as a source of wealth. Maasai women actively participate in ritualistic celebrations within the community. The Maasai women also tend to value spiritual healing over modern medicine and believe that giving up cultural practices will bring curses upon the entire community. The study addresses issues related to women welfare, including their health, decision-making, and economic empowerment, with the aim of increasing accessibility to social health insurance. The implications for social work. The study has implications for family social work, gender interventions, community health social work, as it sheds light on the challenges and opportunities related to women's social health security. The recommendations for the study. The recommendations are to increase access to education. This is one of the recommendations that within the Maasai community, with education can lead to changes in attitudes, perception, and culture, ultimately leading to better livelihoods. This includes both sensitization and awareness programs and formal education approaches. Addressing resource ownership challenge. There is a need to address challenges related to resource ownership. This recommendation suggests adopting a more inclusive approach to resource ownership and management. It proposes establishing women's groups to promote women participation in decision-making and resource management. Collaboration with non-governmental organizations. Collaboration with non-governmental organizations is recommended to work with Maasai communities. These non-governmental organizations can focus on promoting sustainable resource use and management while advocating for the land and resource rights of the community. I also came up with a suggested policy formulation, and this is a summary of the study. The implementers of social health insurance in Kenya are the National Health Insurance Fund, the Government of Kenya, Health Policy, and the county governments and the non-governmental organizations and the Maasai community. And the implementers can only ensure that social health insurance for women is achieved by ensuring that the Maasai women health access sign up for health insurance that will lead to improved decision making matters of health. And also with policy, it's critical that the implementers develop subsidized health insurance plans for the pastoral women, prioritizing women in government and county sponsorship programs. Because in Kenya, initially, the government-sponsored programs were actually made for the men, and the men were actually the main principal members when it comes to registration of social health insurance within the community. Considering the social and economic influence of women on social health security and women empowerment through community education programs on social health security, and recognizing the experiences of women in pastoral communities during the implementation of health reforms, as their lifestyle is not similar to women living in the urban areas. The assumptions is that the health policy of the county and national health insurance scheme will play key roles in assuring that the country's health security, especially for the Maasai women. Then the social articulation of the Maasai community is pivotal in ensuring healthcare access and provision for obtaining social health insurance in Kenya, which is named as National Hospital Insurance Fund. And the social workers and social engineers are to be key players in promoting healthcare services and their availability in the Maasai community. Thank you for that opportunity.
Yes, thank you, Paris, for joining online. And yes, she has detailed about the whole lot of issues within the Maasai community and about how the issues they are facing and how these issues can be solved. And also she has laid strategic plans also for this thing. So yes, so thank you, Paris. Thanks for joining. And yes, so we are moving with the next presentation. And the next speaker is Dr. Rajesh K. He's a senior urban fellow of Kerala Institute of Local Administration, KILA, and he's an expert in the field of development studies. And he's specifically focusing on works and trainings related to poverty eradication, Tojil Sabha, and urban local governance coordination within Kerala, within KILA. Yes, on behalf of all the participants, I welcome Dr. Rajesh K for the presentation.
Respected Chair, my dear fellow speakers and my dear friends. I will be strictly focusing on the economic activities of SHGs, particularly in the context of Kerala. We'll be taking only 10 minutes. I will start with some statistics. The recent study of the data by Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission in 2022, that collected in 2022, shows that the unemployment households in Kerala is 55 lakh. That survey was conducted in 73 lakh households, and out of 55 they have identified as unemployed. There may be some issues in the data. That means some people who are already engaged in private sector may be marked as unemployed, expecting that they will get some government job. But irrespective of that, it shows that 55% of the total unemployed is women. And in that also, again shows that 40% of them are highly qualified, at least having +2 and above qualification. In that, around 20% is graduates and around 10% is postgraduates. So that is the data. And there are some other studies which shows the women who are engaged in the private sector, what is their maximum remuneration or average remuneration? The maximum remuneration may be 50, 45, 50 in some IT sectors. But except that, the average remuneration shows that the maximum average is 15 to 20,000 per month, not more than that. That's the maximum that shows. So while coming into some other cases, for instance, Harida Karma Sena, a major workforce of Kudumbashree in Kerala, the last week we have taken the statistics, it showed that around 40% of the Harida Karma Sena members are gaining lower than 8,000 per month. That means their income varies from 5,000 to 8,000 per month. So that is the one important statistics. So what this all shows, as Bindu rightly mentioned, the work participation rate has slightly improved. I agree with that. But is it justifiable in a society like Kerala, where 37 to 40% of women are getting the higher education participation is high, but that is not transformed into the income earning employment. So that's a core issue that we have to address. And there are another statistics. I agree that Kudumbashree has made a tremendous change in the women empowerment scenario of Kerala. I agree with that. But still, the success rate of Kudumbashree enterprises are not more than 40%. Particularly, while we take the productive enterprises, the sustainable rate is still low. But at the same time, some specific kind of sectoral enterprises like Bindu mentioned, Swandanam, catering services, something like that, which if we take that, that's good, quite good also. That the survival rate is quite good. So what went wrong and what went right? And that has to be clearly analyzed. While we go through the examples, what really shows? I think the first generation issue we were able to address in the universalization of SHGs, universalization of formation of enterprises, we have succeeded to a limit. But while coming to the survival right and while succeeding in converting them into a successful enterprises, that rate is low. What may be the reason? I think while we examine these business activities in a professional perspective, it can be shown that it is still not able to follow the technical protocols or technical pathways that has to be followed by a business enterprise. And we are not able to give mobility to the enterprises forms by moving into the next steps like aggregation platforms and all. For instance, if you take the purchase behavior of units, it is still individual. It is still individual, not gone to the aggregations. So can we think of that kind of an aggregation platforms either at Panchayat, municipal or block level by clustering the same kind of enterprises together and bringing their technical activities together like purchasing, like the training, like the making the organization system like technology and all, and bringing the product into the market. At least in this four stage, can we think of such kind of a clustering and aggregation? Kudumbashree has its own model. I agree that. For instance, Farm Shop is a good model of that. But that is still not universalized across Kerala, even after 2 decades. Why? So that we have to seriously think of that. For instance, we are competing with the people like Mindra and Jio. And we are following the very old method of business practices. How can it survive then? So that is a very important aspect which I would like to flag on. The second one is, are we able to address the nature of transforming Kerala society. Because Kerala is getting to be highly urbanized very fast. But whether we have been able to go in that phase in the case of enterprises, particularly the Kudumbashree enterprises. For instance, if you take geriatric model of Kudumbashree, that is big success. Why? It's a need of Kerala right now. So why don't we think of a crush network? Why don't we think of a community kitchen network? Why don't we think of a gardening network? Why don't we think of a taxi network? Such professional service network across Kerala that can be connected through technology. So that if I am a customer, I need a service, I can access it through an online process. So that will be professionally delivered. So can we think of that kind of a service, professional service network across Kerala with all the professional trainings and language? So why is there a possibility for that? The third one is we have the model of youngsters Kudumbashree unit. But unfortunately, even after forming, that is not yet mainstream. Because an enterprise is also a business activity which needs some kind of human capital, which is there in the auxiliary unit of Kudumbashree itself. But unfortunately, can we bring good nexus between the trained auxiliary group team with the existing business networks? Can we bring them into the leadership of that? Or at least can we bring them as a professional group that can support the existing business groups by providing sufficient training? So that is also lacking in the current scenario. So even after the formation of long 1 year, they are still in the initial stage of activities. They don't have much activities. I personally know that. That is what I am saying. So can we bring the young blood into the business enterprises of Kudumbashree and the educated group in the business enterprises of Kudumbashree, the Kudumbashree team itself, and get them placed as a group who is support the team, who can support the team. So that is the different thing. And then the educational mobility is there, but that is not converted into economic mobility. So there are certain, after the COVID scenario, there are some limitations, but there are some positive aspects too. The one is there is high chance of online working systems in Kerala. So can we think of an online service team across Kerala in the leadership of Kudumbashree who will do the high-end jobs with the Kudumbashree facilities? So can we think of Kudumbashree as a system to organize the platforms for that by collaborating with the LSTs? So work near stations, I would not prefer for work from home, but work near home. That's important. Once we talk about work from home, it is again will give another pressure on women. That should, instead of that, we should promote works near home stations with cafeterias, with community kitchens, with crushes, so that women will get all not only women, the person who come there get all the services there, and they will be relieved from the household tasks. So can we think of that kind of an innovative workforce system in Kerala and take it up? And then the last one, the mobility is important in the terms of educational mobility has to be transformed into the locational mobility. So can we think of such kind of a village knowledge centers across Kerala under Kudumbashree who train the women workforce or would train the educated women to get out of not to the abroad, but to the out of Kerala, to the higher education institutions? And can we think that this much of youngsters will go out of Kerala for doing PhD, for doing professional courses, and they will get collectivized later on? So village, it can be used for the competitive exams and other purposes too. So it will be an organizational form that will collectivize the women as an intellectual force and villages. So my humble submission is, I agree with all the achievements that Kudumastri has made. I'm not denying all the achievements Kudumastri has made, but that has to be lifted into the second generation level or third generation level, which gives the technical input, which gives the professional input, and which collectivize them into the aggregation platforms. And that has to be converted into the new levels of economic development. Thank you.
So yes, thank you, Dr. Rajesh. He has critically engaged the whole lot of achievements which Kudumbashree has achieved during last 25 years. And he has suggested very specific recommendations, and also some new visions of thinking about the future activities which can be engaged by the Kudumbashree as a Kudumbashree platform. Yeah, so thank you, Rajesh sir. And yes, and we are moving to the last presentation of this panel. And this is it is by Dr. R. Kavita. She is Assistant Professor, Department of Social Work, PSG College, Coimbatore. And she'll be speaking about the how education and higher education institutions, and about the higher education institutions involvement and challenges and the possibilities in the post-COVID era. So yes, I invite Dr. Kavita on behalf of all the participants for the presentation.
Warm good morning to one all present here. It's indeed a proud privilege for me to stand before the EduRite panel of and EduRite members of on and off the dais. So I'm here to share my points of view, that is the role of higher educational institution in achieving the collective prosperity with special regard to women empowerment. So as I just don't want to take much time, so I just want to give because 2 days we had enough orientation about the women empowerment, importance of women empowerment and everything, so on. But the thing is, even though, so government has taken up various initiatives in which they are mostly inculcating the most impactful activities that are empowering the women. So whatever the activities which is planned in behalf of all the departments or the ministries or the policies are especially will be mostly preferred, or we can say that it will be most exclusively preferred to the women. So to move on with the role of higher education institutions, we know that we have a much spread out of an higher education institution throughout India in terms of medical educations or engineering, arts and sciences universities, arts and science colleges, and everything. The thing is, now we, the higher education institutions, have been given many mandates to complete recently, I just want to say that UGC has come out with a manual which is exclusively, which provides to concentrate on social immersion and community engagement. So wherein all the universities are directed to involve their students. That is, we would have think that how many students would be in the entire of our country. So each student, who's doing of any program, they have to spend 10 hours of each semester with special regard to the community immersion activities. So the thing is, they have given a wonderful plan. So everything which is related to the, we can say that we can match with the Kudumbashree activities for each and every each government policies. The thing is, where every student, for example, if it is about a 6th semester, so he has to render 60 hours of the community service work. That is apart from the NCC, NSS, or whatever it may be. So every student should be indulged in all these activities. And then only they'll be getting the credit and they'll be passing out of the universities. So, and the second mandate, I just want to say that in NAC, so everybody, we have just moving out to all the institutions that we have to get in a NAC A++ scale, and we have to come on with the fourth cycle, fifth cycle. Everyone is pushing off. So especially with the concern, the highest points are given for any educational institution is only for who's doing an impactful service activities, which is for extension, outreach. And now they are just not asking number of programs. What is the program that you have organized? How many number of programs they are organized? They have just asking about how impactful for the program, how the program was impactful, and show the success stories. For example, the colleges was rendering of a fourth cycle. So for first cycle, second cycle, manual is completely different. So they would ask about what is the number of programs that you have organized. But in terms of if, the oldest colleges or the premier colleges who are entering into the fourth cycle, they are asking about how many entrepreneurs that you have created, and what is the impact that in which your college or an institution have created in your with specific regard to your locality or a geographical area. So these are the things that they have just giving. The highest point we can say that it is for given exclusively for extension, outreach, impactful activities, and with special reference to more, they are just giving emphasizes on the environment related activities in which the college is making. For example, how impactful that they are using the local communities and involving together and bringing out of all those things. So for that, they are just giving us in best practices. And next is NIRF ranking. So every year the UGC is releasing the National Institute of Ranking Framework. And I'm proudly say that we, the South India top colleges, are just ranking in all the institutions where they have a separate a criteria which is called as outreach and inclusivity. So they are just looking into the role of students. That is how the educational institutions are just inculcating the sense of responsibility or the social commitment among the students who are just moving out to the where we can say that markets or a society or whatever it may be in terms of medicine or engineering. So how impactful that they have a sense of commitment to the society and for the upliftment of their being. And next, I just want to put a highlight on entrepreneurship development cell, where the government is giving an enormous projects. For example, recently we have organized a 30 days training program for a women entrepreneur, for our SHGs women's, and which from that it is an exclusively it is an in-house training program for 30 days where the higher educations can apply for this program, and they can call. So or else we can the government bodies, the planning members are over here, they can associate with the institutions, and then they can take this Kudumbashri project in association with, they can call the SHG members, and then they can provide, in which the 4 of the women have just got a funding from this entrepreneurship development cell, and then they are just running over there of a separate establishments. And that also, it is a separate ranking at UGC again has given as called as Atal IRA ranking. So how many innovations have been rendered by I just can say that it can be a domain specific. For example, it may be a student who's pursuing a chemistry degree course in any college. They have to mandatorily go to the local communities, and they can impart the training of an income generation programs of like of a camphor making or a soap making or a soap oil making. And from that, how many entrepreneurs they have involved, and they have to show a sustainable development of a growth where each department can also be given a targets of it. And then we can we can increase, I can say that, the number of entrepreneurs which is providing to a domain specific knowledge. For example, it may be of a botany department, they can share their domain expertise in terms of mushroom cultivation, because I'm just saying that we have as the higher education institution, we have an enormous resources and an enormous potential. So these the government can think over us, and they can associate with us. So optimum utilization of available resources, that is what I just want to say. So those faculty members who have just involved in all these activities, and they have also has given a credit points in terms of their career, in terms of their CAS, career advancement schemes. And then that is what I just want to make it. And all the students have now in higher education institutions are taking them to a live lab, showing them It may be it is called as a reality walk or a live lab or whatever it may be. And then these recently we can know that the rural transformation projects and along with the higher education institutions, they are just working with on each village. For example, if it is an agricultural domain village, one village, one product, in associating with the SHG members, and which they have just making a value-added products. From that, again, they have just tying up with the local agricultural universities, in which they have a separate department which is called as agribusiness management. So they have just started importing their products rather than the inside markets and other side the Indian markets too. So due to the time constraints, sorry, was not able to give an entire presentation. But the thing is, I just want to mention over here that the higher education policymakers, they'll be sitting over there in all the aspects. Though they should have a sense of commitment. So along with the curriculum, they should be of teaching, research and extension. That could be have given to be a more impact as like as research. And then we can bring a women empowerment at a largest rate. Thank you so much for giving me the wonderful opportunity in this August conference. Thank you all for the organizers.
So yes, so with this, we are moving to the end of this plenary session. And I hope that all the speakers has talk about the various aspects of SHGs and collective SHG collectives and the way forward for economic empowerment in the post-COVID era. On behalf of all the participants, I take this opportunity to thank all these speakers, Dr. Norby, Dr. Bintu, Dr. Perez, Rajesh sir, Dr. Rajesh, Dr. Kavita, and yes, and if you, I know that there will be questions. So because of time constraints, we are not able to take it now, but you can handle the questions with a speaker's name mentioned to the registration team. So we will handle those session like questions in the later part. So thank you one and all, and take this opportunity to thank Kudumbashree for inviting me to moderate this particular panel. So thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Laina. Very informative session. And since we have one more plenary session, participant, you can write your queries on paper and submit to registration team. Very happy to say we have our Honorable Executive Director, Kudumbashree Jafar Malik IAS is with us. Thank you, sir, joining with us. And we're really honored and we are very happy to have you with us, sir. And sir will be there throughout our sessions. Hearty welcome, sir. Now we have memento distribution. I would like to invite Dr. Kavita A, District Mission Coordinator, Kudumbashree, to give away mementos as a token of love and gratitude. And it's very happy to request our Executive Director, Kudumbashree Jafar Malik IAS, please come to the stage and give away memento as a token of love and gratitude to our speakers. First, we have moderator, Dr. Laina, Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of Women's Studies, University of Calicut. And we have Dr. Nobi Paul, Associate Professor. Dr. Bindu P. Verghese, Chief, Kerala State Planning Board. and Dr. Rajesh K, Senior Urban Fellow. And Dr. Kavita, PSG College, Coimbatore. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kavita. ma'am. We are directly going to the fourth plenary session on the theme Rural Women Empowerment Strategies Essential for Achieving Sustainable Development and Ensuring No One is Left Behind. The session will discuss the key strategies and approaches for empowering rural women, recognizing their pivotal role in achieving economic, social, and environment sustainability. The moderator of the plenary session will be Dr. Vanishree Joseph, Assistant Director in the Center for Gender Studies and Development, NIRD PR at Hyderabad. Welcome, ma'am. And she's having 10 years of teaching experience and also research experience. And she's a postdoctoral fellow at London School of Economics and Political Science. Let me introduce the speakers. Dr. J. Devika, Professor, Center for Development Studies, Kerala, a Malayali historian, feminist, social critic, and academician from Kerala. She will be joined us through online. And we have Dr. Neeta Mishra, Faculty, Development Studies, Social Justice and Public Administration, University of Limerick, Ireland. She will be also joining us through online. Dr. Seema Bhaskar, Lead Gender and Social Inclusion, Transformed Rural India, through online. And we have Srimati Soya Thomas, National Gender Consultant in the Curriculum Development and Integration, also through online. I welcome you all on behalf of Kudumbashree District Mission, Thrissur. Now over to the moderator, Dr. Vanishree Joseph.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everybody. So I think like this session is going to be completely online. And the theme of this session is Rural Women Empowerment Strategies. So like we have 4 speakers, and I think like you'll be giving us 60 minutes. Yeah. So maybe each speaker can take about 15 minutes. So before getting into the panel discussion as such, I would like to say a few words about the contemporary development discourse and the role of rural women in contributing to development. So development, I mean here, like in the contemporary development discourse, we are talking about sustainable development goals. And in the Indian context, with regard to the rural area, we talk about localization of sustainable development goals. And in that context, we have like 4 categories of women who contribute in this development discourse. One category is like the women in local governance, especially in Panchayat Raj institutions, who are striving towards gender responsive governance and trying to make the women friendly panchayat across the country as such. And I think like Kerala is again the model in gender responsive governance. And the second category of women, we have the self-help group NHGs in the context of Kerala, where all the development workers, policymakers, they feel like they are the low-hanging fruit where we can leverage upon to promote the whole development, particularly with regard to LSDG. But I'm a little bit critic about that, like we talk about feminization of labor, feminization of violence, whatever feminization. And now in this context, we are talking about the feminization of the whole development as well. We are putting the thrust, the whole burden on women, like, yes, now you have the responsibility to take the development forward. So that is the second context. And the third one, like when we look at the rural India, most of the frontline workers are women, obviously. we call them like the triple A's, ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, and ANMs. Okay. And their work is tremendous when we count them in their contribution to LSDG. But in terms of payment, they are mostly underpaid. And recently in Telangana, Anganwadi workers are on strike, demanding decent pay for their work, because their contribution in terms of health and well-being of women and children, in terms of addressing malnourishment, is very high, but their work is not counted upon. I mean, we talk more about malnourishment, but the women who are behind in pushing the malnourishment to the realm are not given due importance. So then we have the other women, like who are into the unorganized sector, trying to recognize their care work in this breadwinner economic society. So all these women's work are remaining invisible. So in this context, we have 4 eminent speakers to talk about the rural women empowerment strategies, where we need some changes in the policy perspective as well. So without making much ado, I would like to welcome Dr. J. Devika, Professor, Center for Development Studies, to give her views upon this topic. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Devika ma'am, are you there in line?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this invitation. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am. Please proceed.
Fine. So, okay, thank you for this invitation. And I think this conversation was actually quite long overdue. And I am grateful to Monisha and the team for having initiated it. I think today I want to think as a historian, I want to think about the relevance of Kudumbashree in the 21st century. And I want to think as a historian of modern Kerala. I have worked on, my work has been essentially on the gendered nature of welfare and politics in Kerala. It's a big part of my work. From that perspective, I want to try and think about the Kudumbashree, the need to reimagine Kudumbashree in the 21st century. Now, when I say that, I obviously mean that, I mean to say that Kudumbashree is essentially a product of the 20th century, during when poverty was the key issue in Kerala. And it was, as we all know, aimed at eliminating poverty through empowering women with a welfarist government agency overseeing the process. However, I think that in the 21st century, the challenges are now different. Worldwide, we all know. And it is no different in Kerala. In Kerala too, the development challenges that we face as a society have changed. Of course, that does not mean that poverty has become irrelevant. Poverty is still very important among development challenges, but perhaps it cannot be resolved anymore by simply augmenting women's abilities to earn. That is, poverty is no longer a matter of the lack of resources, which women can remedy through their work. I will share a few reflections about this later. In fact, actually, the problem is that we cannot assume anymore the stability of the natural environment that allows individuals or families to climb out of poverty on their own. So in the 21st century, then the chief problem that we face as a society, and this is Kerala is not alone in this. The chief development problem that we face today is vulnerability, that is instability. And it's caused in huge measure by human intervention. So we have frequent but unpredictable shifts in climate, intense globalization and movements of the people which are allowing viruses to spread around the world, which has led to pandemics, wars, epidemics. All of this is pretty unpredictable. Now in Kerala, we've seen several additional shifts. For example, the entry of capital into spaces, all spaces, urban and rural. Now here I saw that the title of the session is Rural Women, but you know, in Kerala, that is almost irrelevant now. I mean, even if you have spaces that look very rural, like for example, the forest fringe panchayats or tribal areas, all of these spaces are now penetrated by capital in a way that makes the rural-urban divide rather irrelevant. Politics in Kerala is now a space where capital is very highly influential. Both the left and the right of the political spectrum are beholden to capital. Thirdly, skyrocketing consumption, which produces enormous quantities of waste, is still very much a reality. And the dynamics of our economy are such that consumption can hardly be cut down. There can be something done about the waste part, but the consumption part is still, very, very, dangerously poised. Then, of course, this is accompanied by irresponsible management of nature, which has led to enormous problems, new problems like the heightening of the animal-human conflict, which of course has serious health consequences. Then the long-term issues of aging, population aging, that is now coming into, serious prominence, and the rising need for public and private caregiving. These are some of the challenges that we have that have come up in the 21st century, which were really not so prominent in the 20th century. So Kudumbashree, which was actually produced, actually imagined as a vehicle of poverty alleviation, now needs to be rethought seriously, I think. And as the former speaker mentioned, there are already issues about power imbalances within the Kudumbashree and how the whole power relationship has shaped up between Kudumbashree members, the bureaucracy in the panchayat, the bureaucracy of Kudumbashree itself, and political parties. So this shifting power imbalance has been a matter of concern to many of us researchers, particularly. But I think going beyond that critique, I think it's time for us to think of Kudumbashree as an important movement that will help us understand the challenges of the 21st century. So since we don't have much time, so let me just quickly mention how I would reimagine Kudumbashree in these times. The obvious point is already made by the former speaker. There is an urgent need to reevaluate the labor of the value of the labor that Kudumbashree women perform in Kerala, particularly the governmental labor, the labor that women perform for the government through the panchayats. We know that some of this labor is certified as enterprise. For example, waste disposal, the Hajra Karma Sena's labor is it's actually very low cost labor, very low priced labor. The Kudumbashree has provided an army of health workers in times of crisis. We all know welfare workers also in times of crisis and in normal times as well. Also, Kudumbashree's work, much celebrated work, for example, as farmers, also needs to be put into the context of extremely unpredictable conditions for agriculture of the 21st century. So all of this is not just labor, and we need to reevaluate it in serious terms. Right now, we use 20th century standards to place value on these. And I think there is a serious need to realize that this is no longer just labor that women are doing for their livelihood and so on. I think it's important to take these out of the conceptual frame of enterprise. And this needs to be recognized. I mean, from waste collection to farming, to the small farming that Kudumbashree JLGs do, should be recognized as essential survival labor for survival of under 20th century conditions, of difficult 21st century conditions of unpredictable weather, rising pandemics and other things, rising epidemics, pandemics, and so on. So you see, if waste, for example, waste as a problem figures very differently across the centuries. In the 20th century, waste was a problem, but not the life and death problem like it has become in the 21st century. So the removing of waste is not just yet another form of labor. It is a form of labor that is absolutely vital to the survival of the society, which means that there is a need to reevaluate. So the wages that the women receive, the respect that they receive, the perks that they receive ought to change in tandem with this reevaluation. So working conditions, everything there is a rationale to change it. What I'm saying is, when we demand better wages for Kudumbashree women doing waste collection and so on, we are not asking for charity. We are not even asking, don't even have to evoke the discourse of workers' rights. While the discourse of workers' rights is definitely very valid and very important and needs to be raised. What I'm saying is, even if you did not raise either of these discourses, it cannot be, cannot be denied that the work that these women do is survival. It's absolutely vital for human survival now. And for that reason, needs to be rewarded much better. Now, secondly, I think it's time to take seriously the claim that Kudumbashree is a movement and not just a government program. Now we call it a movement. I mean, there is a bad faith in that. I mean, whenever we want to advertise Kudumbashree, we say that it's a movement and all that. But for all practical purposes, it's a government program with all its limitations. Now, I think it is time to rebuild Kudumbashree on a new set of values that support collective caregiving as an inherent aspect of public politics. And by doing so, we would be seeking affirmation for public care by women. Of course, public care by women has long existed in Kerala since the 21st century. We know, 20th century, I know. It was vital to poverty alleviation in the 20th century and was of a familial nature, basically. And however, now we have to realize that public caregiving cannot be anymore just familial. It cannot be just focused on families. It has to be focused. We have to bring back the focus on community rather than family. And that makes the status of women, Kudumbashree women, very different. Their work gets valued in terms of what it contributes to the community and not just to individual families. And reimagined in these terms, Kudumbashree might offer us a softened version of the surveillance state. In the sense that, that one of the great risks of the pandemic worldwide was the strengthening of the surveillance state, a state trying to extract data from every person, every household, and trying to control people, individuals, households, groups, through the control of data. Now, that is the risk of the surveillance state. Now, I think Kudumbashree could actually offer us a solution there. Now, here I'm going to speak as a historian. If you look at the 20th century, the parallel is how the Kerala's militant leftist politics softened Nehruvian developmentalist bureaucratic state. If you remember, the Nehruvian bureaucratic state was extremely top-down. And, what Kerala's militant left politics did was to actually soften it, make it into egalitarian developmentalism, infuse in it the priorities of democracy through the agency of a militant left. If that happened in the 20th century, I am saying that in the 21st century, the reality that we are facing is that of a surveillance state. And like the militant left in Kerala managed to soften the Nehruvian developmentalist bureaucracy, I think Kudumbashree as a public care, as a movement rooted in the values of public caregiving might be able to soften the surveillance state of the 21st century. Of course, this is not to say that it overcomes the state. I mean, like in the 20th century, the militant left in Kerala did not overcome the developmentalist Indian state. Likewise, now the public caregiving based movement, that is Kudumbashree, will not, of course, overcome. If we think about it as a movement, not as a government program, it can then, I mean, so it is not located just within the sphere of the state, but actually becomes a powerful development civil society. If we conceive it in those terms, then perhaps we can actually soften the impact of the surveillance state and turn it into an advantage. Just like militant left interventions turned the developmentalist state of the 20th century into an advantage for Kerala by meeting its social development requirements. Likewise, in the 21st century, Kudumbashree as a movement that turns public caregiving into a collective value might actually undermine the dangers from a surveillance state and actually turn it into a game, meeting the challenges of the 21st century in Kerala. Well, I think my time is up and I shall stop now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So ma'am has talked about the relevance of Kudumbashree in modern Kerala. Like how do we going to address the problem of vulnerability in the context of climate change. And she was stressing the importance of women's work should be more valued and Kudumbashree should evolve as a movement to take the development further. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And we will move on to our next speaker, Dr. Neeta Mishra, who is also online. She is a lecturer, development studies, social justice, and public administration from the University of Limerick, Ireland. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I've been listening for the last, I think, 1.5 to couple of hours. And it's very heartening to know that this kind of a reflection process is happening in your organization in Kudumbashree, and I'm delighted to be part of this journey at this stage. Though late, I've never been to Kerala. My entire work is been mostly in what is Jharkhand now and Odisha. I just want to share my slides, and in that I will start talking about my own experience and
Yes,
and
ma'am.
where I come from. The title of my presentation is Rights, Agency, and Empowerment. And I'm a lecturer in the University of Limerick in Ireland. I have lived in Ireland for 17 years. I have a PhD from here. I studied in JNU in Delhi when it was when the Lal Jhanda was flagging everywhere. I'm talking about the early 90s, mid 90s. And yes, I learned a lot from my trips, from meeting all the women everywhere in the world. I've lived in a few different places, and I am here now. My PhD was in 2018. I got my PhD. Can you all hear me and can you see the slides?
Yes, ma'am.
I hope you can, because I can't see anyone now that I'm sharing the slides. I just want to thank you guys for turning the camera to the audience also, because now I know who's in the room, and I'm hoping that all of us can relate to each other's work. So I would be speaking about my research praxis and situating myself, And when I say I situate myself, I'm talking about my intersectional positionality as a woman, as a migrant, but also as when I was in India, I was high caste, privileged woman from Orissa. I am from Orissa. So while my talk is about rights agency empowerment, and a lot of scholarly works has gone around that, I kind of talk about the women I met during my research in Jharkhand, in Odisha, in Bihar, and in Delhi or in Gujarat, and in Madras, for example. So my stories are kind of connected to all of these women, their lives and my lives. Sometimes I do not see, I don't see a line or a difference in any way when I'm talking about agency or empowerment between the women I met and the woman that I am. And what did I learn from them? And what did my research get from that? So by doing that, what I am trying to do is revisit my field sites and explore within myself. So in a recent interview, I was asked what was the impact of your research? What I said, I didn't get the job, but what I said was, I don't know about what the women learned from my being there, but I can tell you what I learned from them. In my agency was challenged. I began my own journey of empowerment, and that was big for me. And in one of the villages, the women came up to me and said, if you stand for elections, we'll make you win. And I smiled. I said, well, that talks about some kind of an impact, but sorry, I mean, I think I can do more work by not standing for elections and talking about facilitating conversations on empowerment or on rights and entitlements. And in another one, another village, an elderly lady came to me and she said, if a daughter from our village could go this far, why can't we try and, do more? So then they started calling me Amogaro Jio, a daughter of our village, which was very empowering for me. So in my study, which was on operationalizing rights-based approaches to development, I was looking at Anganwadi workers. I know Vanishri, and we all talked about that. You all have been talking about it. So I actually have a paper in the making, which is called Carrying the Fourth Burden of the SDGs. So Vani, I completely agree with you that women at rural or grassroots level have been given this burden of implementing what I call rights-based approaches. If you look at the Anganwadi workers and helpers, for example, that will their work burden has increased and the skills or the salaries haven't. So it's quite interesting to have heard you say that. So this photograph here is from Koraput village at a public hearing in 2013-14 when I was there, and it was a very it was a great strategy by local NGOs, community-based organizations like Spread and AESS to organize, to be able to manage to bring women from rural parts to speak at public events. You have to train them, and then you have to invite the media, you have to invite the local administrators, you have to invite a couple of politicians. So when women would speak out their issues of gathering, collecting water, for example, and not being able to, all kinds of issues in accessing rights to entitlements of food, for example, the community, so the moderator in that case would kind of call out the local politician or the administrator and say, why has this not been done? Could you please commit to that? And the administrator would be in a fix and would commit. And that was one way of getting things working. And I've seen that happening. So I have been to self-help group meetings. I'm going to do a bit of reading in between my slides and this, but I will stick to my 20 minutes. So in self-help group meetings conducted on verandas, Anganwadi centers, and in open community spaces, I was able to learn about the lives of extraordinary women, participants, workers, helpers, panchayati, Raj representatives, health workers, self-help group members of Balyanta block, who were actively engaged in community activities. Sometimes it was difficult to demarcate between different roles women played in the community, for example. For instance, Z was a Panchayati ward member of 2 self-help groups, and was also a health worker. And if I had followed the book about, how to do research, I would not have met these women. I just want to go. So now to come back to this whole idea of why I differentiate between agency and empowerment. I go to Naila Kabir. She's written a lot about empowerment. She says that agency is the ability to define my goal, one's goal, and act upon them. And empowerment is a dynamic process of change, whereby those who have been denied the ability to make choices acquire such an ability. So it's a process. Empowerment is a process, and it kickstarts when we are able to define our goal and act upon them, or when we are able to self-determine. Kabir identifies 3 levels of empowerment in an individual's life. At the immediate level are individual resources, agency, and achievements. At intermediate levels, institutional rules and resources shape empowerment processes. And at a deeper level, we are talking about, patriarchy or class or gender and caste, which play an important role in determining empowerment processes. And something similar, Mahmood says, when an individual gains access to increased life options and choices, gains control over one's life, and generally attains the capability to live the life one wished to live, this reflects empowerment. Although empowerment is a latent phenomenon because we cannot observe it, a few key features can be identified. First is the agency of participants. We feel we have control, we can self-determine. Second is an access to and control over resources, like Kabir says. So like, have a job, have land, or, have some resources, skills. So that an individual acquires from multitude of relationships in the domains of the family, market, and community. So that is where a self-help group is an amazing resource. The third feature is defined by broader life circumstances, marriage or wealth that we inherit, living arrangements, or stuff like that. So Khordha district, I met some of these, Khordha district is in Odisha, and I met some of these self-help group members, Anganwadi workers, like I read out, and there were some amazing stories. One anecdote is female Sarpanch Y recited poetry co-written by 4 other women in the group, which described empowerment and steps taken by them to empower themselves. In Odisha, I know Kerala is completely different and probably, the most developed state in India. And Odisha kind of lags behind, but I'm going to tell you stories about amazing women I met. So, they were talking about their poem, Read Under a Tamarind Tree, spoke of actions leading to banning female feticides and encouraging daughters to enroll in schools and to be active in local elections. It was an attempt to spread information or awareness on gender-based violence. The poem was read out in their meetings to remind them of the challenges faced as women and girls in their community. And that was very powerful, I thought. There are different ways of doing things. Then in my own village in Banpur, you have a community of Muslim women self-help groups. Now it's a very Hindu Brahmin village, but in that there's an amazing community of women who have been winning this award for best self-help group for a number of years. They're close-knit. They have been able to, as you can see in the photographs, they've been able to collect, from their farm produce and sell it to the government. Procurement policies in the ICDS, for example, are one of the mandatory rules is that you take the food items from local self-help groups, and that kind of gives a livelihood generation impact, it has a livelihood generation impact for these women. So if you look at what I've learned from self-help groups, because I'm trying to condense a lot of information that, my research here in 20 minutes. So the important thing is the desire to pursue certain goals with an aim to reduce poverty in the long run, even if short-term goals have not been achieved. So this is Sen Gupta, who's no more. In the case of self-help groups, therefore, the short-term goal of the strategy was to create the need to form a group which takes responsibility for broadening its livelihood options locally. The long-term goal was an empowering process which opened up other avenues for the women, such as applying for Anganwadi posts, community health workers, so the Jasoda or the Asha workers, community resource persons, panchayat elected positions, amongst other local opportunities. So these, by coming together and breaking those, veils, these opportunities could be accessed. Of course, there were, problems. An important aspect which emerged were references to the breakdown. So the other thing that came up, the indirect successes were breakdown of caste barriers, changing existing unequal social structures. So the argument that I was making was, it is not just economically empowering, like our previous speakers have been talking about, which is great, because economic empowerment is one of the basic needs for women. But it also opened up other opportunities, leading to women claiming political, social, and cultural spaces which were inaccessible earlier due to caste or class, or being poor. I want to tell you the story of Ojha, who's an Anganwadi helper in Balyanta district. So Ojha, tears in her eyes, described being abandoned by her husband, who left her for another woman as she could not conceive. She was thrown out of her parental home by her brothers, did not get any inheritance rights. And then she says, tell my story. And this is the reason I have brought her here. Tell my story. I live on the delta near the canal area. My jhuggi is under a plastic sheet tied to the sewage canal pipes on one side and bamboo poles on the other, with cloth sheets covering the entrance. This basti, or this community that gave her a lot of support with government programs like the ICDS, where you have to appoint, there was a quota for vulnerable women to be appointed as Anganwadi helpers and workers in Orissa, for example. And she fulfilled that quota because she was a destitute or deserted woman. So she says, this basti is my home now, and I'm very grateful for having been chosen as the Anganwadi helper by the basti people. So government policies or political will and commitment is very important for women's lives. And then you have stories in Tangi block where the role of civil society is important, role of NGOs, for example, or communities. And you see there's this little girl who's talking about reading her poetry and her empowerment, how she's feeling, her agency has come up. Or all of these women, these are all very politically aware women. And they were mostly, in fact, panchayat leaders are sitting here also. But they don't look like fairy-eyed, the bra-burning women going out. There are ways of doing things. So what are the successes? Discarding the veil, collective action, launchpad for political ambitions locally, learning to sign own names. One of the biggest significant achievements these women talked about all the time was learning to be able to sign their own names. Remember, we're talking about a state which is not highly literate. But there were problems faced, distrust and discontinuity of SHGs, fragility due to lack of political will and commitment, because the government would come, give some seed money and then disappear, the agent won't come back. Or learnings from the problems faced. It's like my life, your lives, we learn from our problems. So there is a realization within communities that the state will not be able to fulfill its obligations towards needs, emerging in urban slums, for example. In some cases, the state made provisions of seed money, but it did not last. It was not there to see whether the SSG lasted or not. So In the long run, however, women feel empowered even when an SHG breaks down because capabilities have been built and an awareness has been created. Now, I just want to jump to one of my favorite places in the world, the villages in Koraput district. It would fall under the scheduled tribe and region, and probably poor in terms the way we look at poverty today. But I would tell you it's an extremely rich region in terms of its people and its nature. So I was interested, so I had identified 2 young tribal women to understand how they access their rights. And so in an attempt to hold government officials accountable to problems faced by villagers, I was interested in Bhanumati's narration of the strategy undertaken by AESS, for example. In Kendu, so she says, in Kenduput, Gulikuda, and Pandari Mata villages, we took the
Ma'am,
water.
sorry to interfere you. Can you just finish it within 2 minutes, please?
Yeah. So these are the people, so their stories related how they accessed their rights. So in terms of agency, Chandraman Honnatal is a great example. She was actively involved in land right movements, for example. And then again, back to this picture, I like to stop here in this. What I learned was empowerment, what empowerment meant for them. It meant, the women concluded that empowerment meant sahaja or support, sanjog or opportunity, sanchaya, saving, saman, respect, and sachetana. So it's a process of awareness, emerging awareness in one person. And then you go to know all your rules locally, learn from it, stand on your own feet, network, and be free from all oppression. So this is from Manidas in urban settlement of Cuttack city. And this is the definition that I use in my classes when I'm teaching gender and empowerment. And I want to stop here. Yeah, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation on rights and empowerment. In research, often we consider the research participants as some data points or a storyteller, but you have given us a different perspective, like how you looked at them and how their insights helped to come out with the different learnings. So thank you so much for passing your learning to us through this session. And thank you so much. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Seema Bhaskar, who is the lead of Gender and Social Inclusion in Transform Rural India. Over to you, Seema ma'am, and I would like to request you to confine your presentation to 10 to 12 minutes, please. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you, and it's a good opportunity to be addressing the state of Kerala, especially belonging to the state and also belonging to the place where you're presently, be belonging to Thrissur. It's like a homecoming. If you look at NFHS 5 indicators, I find that, we are still in terms of gender equality goals, we are still lacking much behind. Especially if I'm talking about all the states of the country. There is progress with respect to some of the aspects. But if you look at, the sex ratio, there is more to be achieved. There is a falling sex ratio, especially for children of, the age group of 0 to 5 years. And then anemia has increased across the country. So it's all the states, including Kerala, anemia among women has increased, and especially among pregnant women, it has really increased. And this is in comparison to NFHS 4 also, there is an increase. Then when it comes to women's workforce participation, there is no improvement in that. We see that during COVID time, this is also reduced. Women, of course, are in the unorganized sector.
And the women's workforce participation is reducing in most of the states, including Kerala. Even now that we know that violence against women is quite high, especially during pandemic, it had enhanced, and there is reporting across states, but maybe in a state like Kerala, the reporting would be higher because of the kind of information and knowledge that women have about, access to legal mechanisms. And if you look at asset creation, this is still a question. Like many of the states do not have assets in their names. Like even in Kerala, you would find that, there are women with hardly any assets in their name. And if you look at property rights, it has been reducing, like across states. And even in Kerala, you would see that the property in the names of women is reducing despite the economic prosperity. And so these are areas of concern. Of course, as far as Kerala is concerned, you have progressed very well in terms of developing gender resource centers across the all the panchayats, and you have institutionalized mechanisms. With my experience in National Rural Livelihood Mission also, we were trying to develop institutional mechanisms across the country, where there are discussions around not just the microcredit or financial inclusion in the SHG, but there are discussions around social development indicators at the SHG level in a very structured manner. We also try to develop social action committees at the village organization and at the cluster level, federation level. Here it is, of course, the ADS and CDS. Similarly, across the country, we developed some institutional mechanisms called the social action committees at the village organization and cluster level federations, where discussions could be taken up on social development issues, and also try to link. So we find that women across the country in the SHG movement or the SHG fold are able to articulate themselves, are able to enhance, able to raise their opinions within the SHG when they feel confident in the solidarity of their community. Especially the women, but when it comes to decision making within the households and decision making within in public spaces, there is an extreme limitation. Like they don't feel confident to take decisions in the households, and they don't feel confident to take decisions in public spaces. So actually, we have been setting up something called the Gender Forum, which is it is interlinkages in between the VO Social Action Committee and the Panchayat, the elected representatives of the Panchayat, the Asha, Anganwadi worker, the ANM, and the frontline workers, including the police. And also trying to establish Gender Forum at the block level, where the cluster level federation would start conversing or having interlinkages with the WCD, especially the one-stop center, and protection officer, and also revenue department or any other district authorities, especially with police, legal service authority, and the protection officer. So now we see that these issues which of gender, which were not getting addressed, slowly they have been able to raise their voices and take it up to the level of the Gender Forum, and they have been trying to get addressing both the practical and the strategic needs, beginning from issues of water and sanitation and reproductive health, which are major concerns in the central belt of India, onwards to domestic violence. Sometimes it's very interesting that after all the capacity building sessions, they mostly equate gender equality to discrimination and countering domestic violence. So the major concerns they have is that they want to put an end to discrimination in terms of food and nutrition within the families, and also reduce the discrimination in schooling of the girl children. And we find that aspirations for educating their girl children up to higher secondary levels is very high. That is a change which has taken place. and also countering domestic violence. These are some of the areas which they continuously talk about. The other aspect is that for very poor women, like the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribe women, I mean, we also bring in the intersectionality in terms of looking at gender along with, the issues of caste and ethnicity and color and sexualities and disability. So we find that, even with respect to scheduled caste and scheduled tribe women, one of their major concerns is about access to common property resources and to land. And so there have been various issues of, where they've been fighting with the revenue department. Across the country, one of the learnings is that when you have institutionalized collective mechanisms to deal with issues of gender equality, it really makes a difference for women. So it's not like an ad hoc kind of a support, or it's not collectivization to address, some issues which come up once or twice, but it's like a seamless support where they have this interlinkages with various other departments, and the gap in between the demand and the public system is getting reduced. The other important point, I don't know whether it is of relevance to Kerala, is that we have been making efforts to engender entrepreneurship and livelihoods. I mean, I have been intensely involved in Madhya Pradesh to develop Nari Adhikar Kendra, which is Gender Resource Center at the level of the cluster level federation, but also working on how does one engender entrepreneurship, because as Devika was saying, the climate vagaries have been influencing livelihoods, especially agricultural sector and allied, agricultural activities like, animal husbandry to a great extent. And so women have also taken up small enterprises. But what happens is because of lack of information and knowledge and lack of financial inclusion and the kind of structural barriers where they have to undertake all the domestic responsibilities, often after training, they get dropped out. So presently, we have tried to develop a safety or a security net through which, you can sustain women in entrepreneurship, which Kerala Kudumbashree has been very successful with. But in other states, we are still grappling with it. But we have been working on, completely engendering the curriculum. So now there is an integration of gender within the curriculum of enterprise development also, where you just not look at the technical skills, it's like called the 5 Ps of price, produce and all that, marketing and all that. But we also look at, the kind of time you have to engage in entrepreneurship, the kind of gender division of labor, and, like enlighten them on being on their identity as an economic actor. Also looking at the access and control over institutions and resources. Also gender and mobility, that, why mobility has not enhanced beyond the household into public institutions, to institutions, especially to financial institutions, and enhancement of negotiation capacities in the market, where women can really, talk to the markets. So these are some of the areas, and, have better negotiation with the markets, understand the marketing strategies. And finally, so these in economic empowerment, these are some of the work which has taken place. And finally, the aspect of political empowerment, where they're able to raise their voices in the Grama Sabha. Of course, it's effectively happening in Kerala, but in other states, this is one of our major focus to enable women to raise their voice in Grama Sabha. And presently, it's in a very templatized form of called the village resilience planning. Women, the village organizations develop their own plans across sectors, including public goods and services, social development to economic development. And there are efforts to actually incorporate it in the Gram Panchayat development plan. And we have also been trying to, train the women elected representatives, not just to be sarpanch patis. Usually, the husband takes decision for the woman, but to be able to raise or demand her own, to understand her role in the panchayat and political governance. So these are some of the kind of things which have been taken up, but important aspects which have been taken up across the country. But most importantly, we find that pandemic has been a huge setback in terms of girl children, especially adolescent girls. In like many girl children had dropped out of education, so getting them back onto secondary education, higher secondary education has been the biggest challenge for us. And also there has been this whole reinforcement of patriarchal norms, like getting the children married off early, after the stopping of the midday meal scheme during COVID times, and also enhancement of violence within the family. So this has been an area of concern where we get adolescent children back to education, and also like prevention of child marriages. The changes after pandemic have been very slow in terms of economic prosperity for women in most parts of the country, and we are still grappling with these issues. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Simo, for taking us through like what is happening through economic empowerment and political empowerment. And you have also raised certain concerns from the National Family Health Survey data and the problems faced by adolescent girls and children. And thank you so much. And we have the last speaker of this session, Srimati Soya Thomas, who is from she's a National Gender Consultant, Curriculum Development and Integration. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. And I think I am audible, yeah?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Am I audible? Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists here and my friends sitting in front of me, especially when I was working with Kudumasri for 9 years. It was a great opportunity to me to work with a team for engendering or enhancing the participation of women in the process of empowerment. I can see many friends from all the district DPMs, our resource persons, and many friends from other departments and district team and state mission team are there. I'm very happy to see you, just like I'm coming back to my home. Really very happy. And thank you to Monisha and the district team for this opportunity, and also planned this event as an international conference, because when we are looking into the process of development, when we are looking into the women empowerment process, most of the time, the women and the voices and the demand and their presence in the platform are very invisible most of the time. So it is very relevant. And when you're looking to the entire program schedule, we can see that there are lots of experience sharing people from the Kudumbasri system itself, and also new academicians, those who are footstep their researchers on women empowerment and social inclusion processes, and also social development from other part of the country, and also from the different countries too. Very happy to be here. Thanks, Monisha, again. And see, I'm not going to talk much because I was planned to participate directly or physically in the conference 2 days, but there are lots of health issues. I had my surgery last week, and way back to home from the hospital. So it is not possible to talk much. Anyway, see, when you're looking to the empowerment of women, especially in the context of SHG movements and also Kudumbasri, it is very important that the key contributions they are giving in the sector of economic development, social development, and cultural and political aspects of the development process. That is focused on the local economic and social development of the community. And when we are looking to, they are the key contributors to the different development aspect and the process, like agriculture, food and nutrition, or the agencies to provide services at the time of calamities and pandemics happening in their community or there in the state. That may be from the direction of the government or from the institution mechanism they are representing. This we can see through the last COVID time and the flood time happening in Kerala, and also all over the India, the SHG movements and the women from the SHG, how they are participate. That maybe the service, maybe the service providers without valuing their work, without the wages, but they were participated invisibly. The visibility is a very big question mark. The services of the women and the other community people paying their attention or paying the work in these situations. So that is a big question when you are talking about the women empowerment, how the visibility will happen and the opportunity, or how will address the right of the persons or the women from the community. So in the when you are looking the entire story of the Kudumbasri or the different SHG, the possible empowerment of the community or women will happen through addressing the rights and also the opportunities that will allow the sustainable development of the community and also the individuals. Really, when we are looking to our gender self-learning modules, we have started with who am I? What does the process happen? When you are talking to who are asking the people or our women, who are you or who am I? They started to talk about I'm a family women or the wife of this and that. But beyond that, how they are identifying their identities. That is very important. Further, through this empowerment process, we are addressing the rights of women or not. And see, when you're looking to the Kudumbasri through the gender self-learning program, social development activities, different economic activities, we are addressing, or the Kudumbasri addressing their needs and also their identities somehow. That is the real thing, but there are several factors affecting the progress, including the traditional low level of participation in different aspects, or in leadership, or low level participation in the decision making bodies, and also addressing the health issues, addressing the inequalities, and getting the system in place to address all the inequalities and include the people in the community itself. So these are the thing, and also other thing is when you are looking to the women in the community or the rural area, see the work and the value they are contributing to the community is another question. As I said earlier, their work, their hard work, or their value, their wage, their time is spending for nurturing the families, centering their focus in addressing the basic needs of the family, like food, water, and education of the children, marriage of the girl children in their family, and all these things are their concentration and bear their responsibilities. And whether they are the elected representatives or they are the community leaders, this is the lot or the work or the value they are giving to the community. But the question is, our system or the government or our policies or our strategies, where we are focusing to address all these things, either their value and work in the community and also in the family, and also the contribution of the male folks in the family and also the community, that we can compare or revalue, or we have to think on that. That is another thing. Then also effect, when you're looking to the entire process, we are focusing on the family, in the community service providers, and also addressing different social issues, engaging in different social action processes. But there are effective ways of empowering rural women from the experiences of our Kudumbasri community counselors, our resource persons, our agriculture RPs, our animators, and lots of people are there in the system itself. From the experiences and exposure, is talking that they need a secure space and safety space, how we can provide that. And the skills, that is especially based on the technology which demand in the present context. And that is another question. Then the income and the asset. Where is the income and the asset we are addressing through the entire empowerment process, and whether they are having their own asset or not. and the decision making in the main policy making or the strategy making or the law making bodies. That is another thing. And the democratic family space, that is another very important part. So when we're talking about the empowerment of the rural women or the empowerment of the community, these are some of the main areas we have to focus. I think that is I learned from you all people, from my community or rural with the experience of rural women in Kerala and also different parts of the country. So, and another thing is when you are looking to the Kudumbasri aspects and also many of the states, this poverty eradication is addressing through in multiple dimensions. That is, which can be include the economic activities. That economic activities should address the stereotypical patterns existing in the in our programs and schedules or the strategies that would have to happen. Then the social inclusion. Seema was talking about the social inclusion process in the other states also, and the programs and the structures they have taken in different states of India. And so, and even in Kerala, we know that different examples and different things we have experiences, and inclusion of different intersectionalities. That is very important, how to address the need of the people and also include them in the process of development and the decision making. Another thing is addressing the gender inequalities existing in the community. That is domestic violence, gender-based violence against the children, or that is existing in the family and also in the public space. And how will address that? That is another thing. Then also the role of the panchayat or the government and the community-based organization is to make a policy that is addressing the need and engender the community, and also shaping the laws and strategies. This is also very important, how we can do that. Then another thing is that I will stop it in 2 minutes. Inclusion of different identities and accelerating progress towards the social and economic empowerment. It aims to empower women to claim the rights to land, leadership, asset creation, opportunities, and choices. I think when you're talking about the addressing gender inequalities or gender-based violence, there are, yes, Sam, stop it now.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Actually, like we are behind 1 hour.
I know. Just I will stop it now. See, the community-based organization system and different community mechanism we have initiated in Kudumbasri, like GRC and community counseling system, then agriculture patterns we have introduced. All these services, how we can demand the services from the government and the local government, like the panchayat, and how we'll go to the field or among the community or the women. Then the cultural space of women, how we can use these stories and experiences of these women in the strategy making of the more engendered programs and schedules or the policies for the community development. That is also very important. So because of the time, I'm stopping now. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Sorry, I have to stop you in between. In spite of your health concern, you are here with us to share your experience, and you have taken us through like how this empowerment process is happening, and this is also the process of development. So without taking further time, I would like to conclude here. I would like to thank all the 4 speakers individually for spending their time with us and sharing their views on rural women empowerment strategies. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Fourth plenary session is over. On behalf of Kudumbasri District Mission Thrissur and Kerala Institute of Local Administration, thank you so much for the valuable comments by Dr. Vani Sri Joseph, our moderator, and our speakers, Dr. J. Devika, Dr. Neeta Mishra, Dr. Seema Bhaskar, and Srimati Soya Thomas. Thank you so much for their presentations. Now I would like to invite Jafar Malik IAS Executive Director, Kudumbasri, and Dr. Kavita A, District Mission Coordinator, Thrissur, to give away a memento to our moderator as a token of love and gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now we are directly going to the breakout sessions. We have 2 sessions at a time. Paper presentation by academicians and research scholars in this auditorium, that is Swaraj Auditorium. And at the same time, we have a parallel session at Mahatma Hall on paper presentations by Kudumbashree members. Those who are interested can attend. We are going to the breakout session, paper presentations by academicians and research scholars. Our moderator will be Dr. Rajiv Kumarangandat, Associate Professor, Department of Sociology, Christ University, Bangalore. Welcome, sir. And I would like to invite our presenters, Ms. Jenny Krishna and Ms. Shivakami, Ms. Moni, Mr. Prashant MK, Ms. Shiny, Ms. Anita Jason, Ms. Shanti Basi, and Ms. Saumya IS, and Dr. Rasina KK. Please come to the stage. As we are having time constraints, presenters, I request kindly make it short. Now, over to the moderator, Dr. Rajiv Kumarangandat.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity, first of all. With the caveat that we are actually, I mean, she always mentioned that we are running out of time. We are not just running out of time. We are heavily running out of time. In fact, I think we are behind the schedule by at least 1 hour. So now I think we have to really rush in order to finish things in time, so that we have, so that we can actually follow up things that have to happen in the post-lunch session as well, which are also very important. So I will try my level best to do justice to each and every presenter sitting here by giving them equal amount of time to present what they want to present actually here. I don't have time to, speak on Kudumbashree or on the particular session that is planned here. But I think I will very briefly touch upon some of the things. I think from the morning we have been brainstorming about Kudumbashree from various aspects. So I will just have one word about it. One of the things that I have noticed is we have been actually approaching things from 2 dimensions. One is the economic dimension and the other one is the non-economic, which actually roughly includes political, economic, social, etc. So I think we need to have a holistic approach towards understanding the benefits of any self-help group movement, any movement like Kudumbashree. So in that sense, I think this platform is quite fulfilling in the sense that it actually gives a understanding about Kudumbashree from all the platforms. I was actually thinking about one. I will just stop with this instance. About one of the things that we have actually covered in a paper that we wrote a couple of years back. We were speaking about the JLG movement. And JLG movement actually brings women back to agriculture. So one of the things that we have actually noticed is in India, we live in a country where women are not traditionally considered as farmers. So whenever we discuss about farmer suicide, we only discuss about suicides committed by men, not exactly not exactly by women. Uh, so, so what actually happens is with women actually embarking onto agriculture. What exactly happens is women, on the one hand, women are actually coming back to agriculture, which actually is not a small thing to happen. And the second thing is agriculture as such actually is coming back to back to the list of mainstream occupations. So on two respects, Kudumbasri JLG actually was making a very important social and political intervention, in fact. So this is actually completely outside of the economic framework. So like this, in fact, there are many other facets through which Kudumbasri actually makes very important interventions to the non-economic aspects of the larger social cultural fabric of the society. So without spending much time, and also one thing that I thought I will speak about here is this is a completely English-based conference, and I think it is very important to keep in mind the language combination of the audience also. So I think we can have multilingual sort of seminars and colloquiums here, which actually will make more sense. People can speak in the language that they are actually more comfortable with. So Malayalam is also something that is actually welcome. So I urge my speakers, if they are actually comfortable in speaking in Malayalam, or if they think that Malayalam will be more communicable, they let them actually use that as well. So without spending much time, now I will start inviting my speakers here. So first we have Jenny Krishna, who is a PhD scholar from Vishwabharati University. The topic that she wants to present here is women's health issues and concerns and analysis in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. So to Jenny Krishna and all my speakers here, we have to restrict ourselves to 5 minutes. Right, and I will actually remind you, and I will not make any compromise. So please stop in 5 minutes. Okay. So welcome, Jenny Krishna.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Shivalakshmi, Faculty, Vigyan College of Applied Sciences, Katakada, Thiruvananthapuram. My co-presenter is Jenny Krishna, MU, PhD scholar, Vishwabharati University, West Bengal. Our title is Women's Health Issues and Concerns, an analysis in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 outbreak put an end to the economic and social life. A COVID-19 pandemic called for the strong strategies that does not ignore the particular requirements of vulnerable communities. Women and girls are particularly affected by COVID-19, including economic and health, lack of coordination among services, and this inability to support those who have experienced and witnessed violence during COVID-19. And COVID-19 complicated the situations of women during pandemic as they were subjected to violence and had limited access to vital services like health, justice, policing, social services, and helplines. Gendered effects on illness were not being taken into account by these policies or public health initiatives. Let's move on to these objectives of the study. The study was about social issues of women during the COVID-19 pandemic to acquire about the health issues faced by these women during the COVID-19 pandemic, to study about these economic challenges faced by women during the COVID-19 pandemic. Methodology. The secondary data were gathered by the researchers from numerous government websites, books, essays, and these published journals. Secondary data gathered using database including JSTORS, Google Scholar, and Kerala government websites. Our keywords were COVID-19, women, health issues, economic difficulties, social issues. 20 studies were chosen by using inclusion and exclusions criteria. Okay, let's discuss about the discussion part and findings. First, economic impact of COVID on women. According to IDR reports that evidence that that evidence about the COVID-19's effects indicate that women's economic and productive lives impacted differently and disproportionately from men. Women all throughout the world have lower income, lower savings rate, fewer secure jobs, and a higher livelihood of working in the unorganized sector. And due to the overcrowding in the hospitals and reduction of non-COVID-19 related health and social services, women will be the primary unpaid careers for these unwell family members, including children and the elderly. Women's higher participation in the unpaid care market may lower an effect on their already lower rate of labor force participations. Okay. As more women were employed in the journal, as more women were employed in the informal job and lost their job during quarantine, this had a greater impact on them because they were more dependent on men for financial support. Rise in this unemployment during the pandemic increased the economic vulnerabilities. Domestic violence was primarily brought on by depression, a lack of resources, lack of support, and anxiety during this lockdown. Then going to the second findings, that is COVID-19 and violence against women. Many women have been locked with their abusers and this cut off from the social contact and support network due to the lockdown and the other mobility restrictions. The capacity of these women due to the flu abusive situation has been further harmed. I invite Jenny Krishna MU for further presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Shivlakshmi. And now we would like to discuss some statistics regarding the domestic violence against women during the COVID-19. The study by Middle NC gives some numbers regarding the violence. That is, 243 million women have been victims of the physical abuse or sexual abuse by intimate partner during the COVID. And next study by Talha found that within week of implementing lockdown, domestic violence reports had increased by 30%. That is a little bit of huge disappointing number. The another report by Maji reveals that overall number of domestic violence stories published in the newspaper in April, May, and June of 2020 exceeded the total number of domestic violence articles ever published in the newspaper. Next, the data by the National Legal Service Authority. During the lockdown, domestic violence have been increased by 47.2%. And in this study, they are specific that the Uttarakhand and Haryana is the home to the most domestic violence. And also the study point out that the poverty and job loss are the major causes for the domestic violence. The another data by the National Commission for Women states that there are 2,916 domestic violence cases in 2019, which is increased by 5,297 cases in 2020. So there is a huge shift in domestic violence cases from 2019 to 2020. And another data regarding the complaints about crime against a woman. In 2019, the complaints were 90,713. In 2020, that is increased by 3,700. Okay. So we are running out of time, so I'm just going to wrap up our findings. Then next, our findings was regarding the health issues of women during the COVID. So major health issues was found during the COVID-19 was access to the birth control, urgent care, and abortion. And you know that during the COVID-19 time, we have a lot of travel restrictions. So they are denied, they faced a lot of issues to access these services. Also, that study highlight the mental health issues of women. You know that during the COVID-19, the larger caring responsibilities is placed on the woman, which harm to the mental health and the well-being. And the another findings by Upadhyaya that newborn mothers and those who are pregnant are more likely to experience the mental health issues. Women's level of depression during and after the pregnancies have increased as a result of uncertainties around the COVID-19. The major causes for this means mental health issues are social isolation and fear of infection for both themselves and unborn child, and issues in accessing the medical care services. So these are the major issues highlighted on the study. And I would like to conclude our topic. So this study was all about the economic, health, and social issues of women during the pandemic. So during the presentation, you have seen that there are a lot of informations and data which is supporting that women face a lot of challenges during the pandemic in every aspects. So based on this data, we have suggestions that there will be a huge changes in policy level implementation to address the issues of women, and there should be an integrated approach to address the issues of women. That's all about our presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you once again.
Thank you. It's a very important topic, the health issues of women, especially during pandemic. We also need actually more data, more comprehensive arguments actually to articulate some of the concerns actually in this regard. So thank you so much for presenting that. Next, we have an experience sharing session from Ms. Shanti Basi, who is the president of Vadanapalli Gram Panchayat, and Soumya is community women facilitator from Vadanapalli Gram Panchayat. I invite both of them. So they'll be speaking about gender resource center activities and initiative for Jagrata Samiti. So I invite both of you. Okay, yeah. Soumya, please. So I again urge you to, restrict it in time, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am here to present before you the activities we are initiated as a part of Gender Resource Center of Vadanapalli Gram Panchayat and Jagrata Samiti initiatives that are vigilant committees that are constituted at Panchayat level and ward levels. First of all, Gender Resource Center is formed in Vadanapalli Gram Panchayat during 2019. It is situated inside Kudumbashree CDS office. We plan activities with the support of Gender Resource Center team and Gender Resource Group. Both are functioning very well. We could make convergence with LSGI, Kudumbashree, ICDS, Health Department, Education Department, Agriculture Department, and other CBOs and KSSP. Gender Resource Center team meets twice. We meets whenever we plan for a program. We discuss among ourselves and plan the programs. And we are having 18-member Gender Resource Group. We conducted some activities as a part of Gender Resource Center. First is trainings. One training that we conducted was responsible parenting that we conducted in the coastal area of the Gram Panchayat where child marriages are happening. Also, we conducted gender sensitization training for the staff members of government offices, CDS members and ASHA workers, MGNRGS workers, etc. We conducted a 2-day residential camp for adolescents named Alathalam. That also included with a different type of opportunities for children to participate. Next. We conducted vulnerability mapping with the support of Jagrada Samadhis, that is formed in ward levels. We prepared a list of families who are affected with some of the vulnerabilities, like people with alcoholic issues, substance abuse, mental illness, those people who are staying alone. We group them, and with the support of this list, we plan our other step. We also had an academic visit to Attapadi to learn about the gender status of tribes, their gender discrimination among them, and gender equality they are practicing. So we could find that gender discrimination is very less among them. We could get some awareness sessions at Kila Center Agali, and also the Attapadi special project. We had some exposure visits to hamlets, and we could interact with the tribes. We also organized some day observations, celebrations, etc. We observed the International Day of Older Persons, International Day, Rural Women's Day, New Year celebration at midnight, National Girl Child Day, International Women's Day, etc. Okay. In Jagrada Samadhi, we are conducting regular meetings, and we could solve 26 cases last year. And we support the schools in resource as resource center, and we participated in some campaigns, etc. That are the activities we are conducted in the last year. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very important thing to keep in mind. You know, the success of any organization actually depends upon how well the grassroots level organizations are actually working. You know, so that's indeed an important session. Thank you, Ms. Shanti Basi, the president of Vadanapalli Gram Panchayat, and Soumya IS, community women facilitator. So now I call Ms. Anne Mary John, who has come here to represent Moni Gigi, who is an assistant professor, Department of Home Science, Vimala College. Ms. Moni Gigi couldn't be here, so instead of her, Anne Mary John, who is a student of Home Science Department at Vimala College, has come here. So they'll be presenting on a qualitative study on the dietary habits of tribals of Attapadi during COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Today, I'm going to present the topic qualitative study on the lifestyle and dietary habits of tribal community of Attapadi during COVID pandemic. Our team consists of our supervisor, Ms. Moni Jeej, Assistant Professor, Vimala College, Thrissur, and our team members, including me, Anna Mary Joy, Grace Susan Binoy, Sania Sindo, Vismaya Vinod KP, who were the students of Department of Home Science, Vimala College, Thrissur. The introduction of the study that Attapadi block is a valley below Nilagiri Hills of Western Ghats in Palakkad district. The main objectives in the study is to find out the reasons for low prevalence rate of COVID among them. COVID cases reported in Attapadi during the first wave was 0, but cases increased drastically during the second wave. Even though there were COVID positive, no COVID and post-COVID symptoms were observed in them. Our observation is that it is due to their innate immunity, physical activity, and consumption of wild herbs. The methodology of the study selection of area and samples. The area selected for this study was Agali and Sholayur Panchayat of Attapadi in Palakkad district. The source of the data, the primary data have been collected through focus group discussions and observatory methods. Secondary data have been collected from health professionals, BRC staffs, ward members, librarian, ASHA workers, Anganwadi teachers, and other locals. The method of data collection through observatory methods, focus group discussions, one-to-one interviews, and records. The analysis of selected data were by thematic analysis. For that, they by reading and rereading the reports were noted down. The reviewing theme and defining and naming the themes like socio-economic, education, occupation, lifestyle, dietary habits, etc. Then the results and discussion based on socio-economic background, occupational status, economic status, lifestyle, and dietary habits, and health of human. Socio-economic background, that the government supports the tribal community by implementing policies like Padanamuri, a classroom with digital support. Padanamuri is a project of the Kerala State Government Corporation for Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe. The teachers are selected from their own community after their education like B.Ed and TTC. Padanamuri become more effective during the COVID times. Students were also provided with midday meals from Samuhya Adukala, that is community kitchen, which is close by. And Attapadi has a total of 193 functional community kitchens set up under the State Poverty Eradication and the Kudumbashree Mission Women Empowerment Program. Occupational status of the subject, majority of the people in Attapadi are employed through Todil Urappu Paddhathi, that is Guaranteed Employment Act. They are satisfied of their daily wages as per our survey. And agriculture is declining in the tribal area due to the Todil Urappu Paddhathi, because Todil Urappu provides guarantee of payment, whereas agriculture is dependent on weather and other factors. They could face a lot of losses through agriculture. There are a group of educated tribal people. They get employed in school, colleges, Anganwadi, Padanamuri, etc. Also may works as ASHA workers. People who are highly educated move to towns for high salary and better living conditions. And the economic status of the subject is based on the government policies and services. Attapadi tribal people do not have much savings. Most of their family income is spent on water and charayam, that is alcohol. This is an indispensable part of their life. Their nutritional and hunger needs are managed through ration shops and Samuhya Adukala. And the lifestyle, the geographical location of Attapadi and their daily routine promotes physical wellness and strength. The region has hilly areas, rivers, grasslands, and plain areas. They travel in these places on barefoot. This gives them more stability and this shows their connection with nature. Health system in Attapadi. There are 3 government primary health centers, one each in Pudur, Sholayur, and Vatukuli, and 1 community health center in Agali. Besides, there is 54-bedded tribal specialty hospital in Kottattara set to provide specialist care to tribal people. Around 85 ASHA workers had been appointed to assess the need of the tribal community and to distribute essential medicines at their doorsteps. The dietary habits of the subject, that is from many years ago, tribal people community used number of wildlife leafy vegetables over the world. By our interactive session with ward members, he mentioned the importance of Kodi Jeeragam in their daily life. It promotes their overall health and protects them from various infectious diseases. Another special dish used to enhance the immunity is a dish made with kunyi mean, which is easily available at a river nearby. The dish is prepared without any oil content. Garlic, ginger, pepper, jeera, etc. are also used in the dish. The next topic is health of women and children. Anemia and malnutrition are common among children of Attapadi. Tribal children are more affected than non-tribal children. Many of them are malnourished and underweight. Hence, the children born to them are also malnourished during their menstruation period. The pregnant and lactating women are provided with special foods, supplements, and health checkup from Anganwadis. Medical camps are also provided. These facilities are not utilized by them as few times as they are unaware of pregnancy or they were shy to disclose their pregnancy, which will make the ASHA workers to help them. Let's conclude my study. Tribes have more exposure to environment and have better innate immunity than urban people. Wild edible plants have a key role in their daily life of tribal people and local communities in Kerala. It was observed that these wild edible plants are valued as supplement diets and also help to overcome the nutritional deficiency in the tribal communities and build up immunity. That's about our study. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. So while presenting your, I mean, if it is a study, a better methodology towards presentation would be, we can actually present the objectives and please present the conclusion. I think that will actually convey the gist of what your project is towards the audience, and in a better manner. And that's a very important study, in fact, studying about the tribal communities, because that's actually a very understudied area. So I congratulate to them. It's a very important study. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to look into the details of it. Next, I invite Ms. Shiny, who is a PhD scholar at Sri Shankara University, Kaladi, Department of Social Work. And she'll be presenting on health vulnerabilities and management practices of elderly Dalit widows in Ernakulam district. I invite Shiny.
Good afternoon. I'm Shiny Vitti. I'm doing PhD scholar in social work, Department of Social Work, SSUS Kaladi. Here I am presenting on the topic of health vulnerability and management practices of elderly Dalit widows in Ernakulam district. As we know, COVID-19 pandemic has affected globally, nationally, and grassroots level in a very serious way. Senior citizens who are highly vulnerable have been adversely affected during the COVID-19. Then elderly people are facing physical and mental challenges after COVID. Kaladi and Angamali was chosen for the study because of the noticeable presence of elderly widow population. As we know that women faces different problems in our society. As a woman, women are vulnerable. When woman is a Dalit woman, woman is a Dalit woman, vulnerability get more cumbersome. So when Dalit woman is a Dalit elderly woman, faces more vulnerability other than other general community. Dalit widow who is already experiencing the vulnerability of a woman and is become elderly, the accumulated vulnerability experiences becomes very challenging and complicated. My objectives of the study to analyze the existing diseases and health problems of elderly Dalit widows other than COVID-19, to explore the health-seeking behavior of elderly Dalit widows before, during, and after COVID-19, to study the psychological concern and their management of elderly Dalit widows before, during, and after COVID-19. Methodology. The researcher opted descriptive research design in the study. The researcher selected Kaladi Grama Panchayat and Angamali municipality in Ernakulam district as the universe of the study. The population of the study is COVID affected elderly Dalit widows in Kaladi and Angamali. Judgmental sampling was used to select 7 Dalit widows aged above 60 years. The data was collected using an in-depth interview guide concentrating the details on the experience before, during, and after COVID-19. Result and discussions. Okay. after my study, okay, I would like to present in Malayalam. So short time I can express my study result in Malayalam. Okay. ഞാൻ ഈ ഒരു ഹെൽത്ത് വൾണറബിലിറ്റീസ് അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ എൽഡർലി വിഡോസിന് ഇടയിലുള്ള അവരുടെ ഹെൽത്ത് വൾണറബിലിറ്റീസിനെ കുറിച്ചും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അതെങ്ങനെയാണ് അവരുടെ ഒരു മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പ്രാക്ടീസസിനെ കുറിച്ചും സ്റ്റഡി ചെയ്തതിന്റെ ഫലമായിട്ട് എനിക്ക് കിട്ടിയ റിസൾട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളുടെ മുമ്പിൽ പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ആദ്യമേ അവരുടെ സോഷ്യോ എക്കണോമിക് ആൻഡ് ഡെമോഗ്രഫിക് സിറ്റുവേഷൻസ് മിക്കവാറും ഞാൻ എടുത്ത സ്റ്റഡിയിലെ ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് എല്ലാ റെസ്പോണ്ടൻസും SC കോളനീസിലാണ് ജീവിക്കുന്നത്. അവരുടെ ഒരു എക്കണോമിക് ഇൻഡിപെൻഡൻസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എക്കണോമിക് സിറ്റുവേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വളരെ പതറ്റിക് ആണ്. അവരുടെ ഫാമിലി സിറ്റുവേഷൻസും വളരെ പതറ്റിക് ആണ്. അവരുടെ ഏണിംഗ് മെമ്പേഴ്സ് ഡിസീസ്ഡ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർ ഡിസീസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള മെയിൽ മെമ്പേഴ്സും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അവരുടെ ആ ഒരു ജീവിക്കുന്ന അവരുടെ ലാൻഡ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അവർ ഒരു വാടക വീട്ടിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പുറമ്പോക്ക് ഭൂമിയിലാണ് കൂടുതലും ആളുകളും ജീവിക്കുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ എല്ലാവരും തന്നെ ആ ഒരു 60 വയസ്സ് കഴിഞ്ഞ ആളുകളിലാണ് ഞാൻ സ്റ്റഡി ചെയ്തത്. 7 പേരെ എടുത്ത് സ്റ്റഡി ചെയ്തതിൽ ഈ 7 പേരും ഒരു 60, 65, 75 ഏജുള്ള ആളുകളായിരുന്നു. അവർ ഇപ്പോഴും അവരുടെ ഒരു ഡെയിലി ലിവിങ്ങിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് അവർ ജോലിക്ക് പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷൻ ആണ് ഇപ്പോഴും അവർക്കുള്ളത്. ആ കോവിഡിന് മുമ്പ് അവർ ഫേസ് ചെയ്തിരുന്ന ഒരുപാട് ഹെൽത്ത് വൾണറബിലിറ്റീസ് അവർക്ക് ഏജിങ്ങിന്റെ റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഹെൽത്ത് വൾണറബിലിറ്റീസ് അവർ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. വിഷ്വൽ എംപയർമെന്റ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഹിയറിംഗ് ഇമ്പയർമെന്റ്, അതുപോലെ ലൈഫ് സ്റ്റൈൽ ഡിസീസസ്, ആർത്രൈറ്റിസ്, വേരിയസ് ടൈപ്പ് ഓഫ് ആർത്രൈറ്റിസ്, ഇതെല്ലാം അവരെ അഫക്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട് അവരുടെ ആ ഒരു ടൈമിൽ കോവിഡിന് മുമ്പ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കോവിഡ് വന്ന സമയത്തും അവർക്ക് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള പ്രോബ്ലംസ് കൂടുതലാവുകയാണ് ചെയ്തത്. ആ കോവിഡ് വന്നപ്പോൾ ആ കേസിൽ 2 പേര് സീരിയസ്ലി അഫക്റ്റ് ആവുകയും അവർ വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് ഐസൊലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുകയും ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അവർക്ക് ആവശ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സപ്പോർട്ട് അവർക്ക് ആശാവർക്കറിൽ നിന്ന് മാത്രമാണ്. അവരോട് സംസാരിച്ചതിൽ നിന്നും മനസ്സിലായത് ആശാവർക്കേഴ്സ് ആണ് അവർക്ക് കൂടുതൽ സപ്പോർട്ട് കൊടുത്തത്. അതല്ലാതെ വരുന്ന പൊളിറ്റിക്കലി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മറ്റ് സോഷ്യൽ സപ്പോർട്ട് അവർക്ക് വളരെ കുറവായിരുന്നു. അവർക്ക് ആ സമയത്ത് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന അവരുടെ സൈക്കോളജിക്കൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ടെൻഷൻ, ആൻസൈറ്റി ഡ്യൂറിങ് റിലേറ്റഡ് ടു COVID-19, ആ സമയത്ത് അവർക്ക് അതിനെ പുറത്തേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മറ്റൊരാളോട് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു അവസരം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. അവർക്ക് പ്രോപ്പർ സപ്പോർട്ട് അവർക്ക് ആ സമയത്ത് കുറവായിരുന്നു. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഹെൽത്ത് എമർജൻസീസിന് കൂടുതലും കോവിഡിന് മുമ്പാണെങ്കിലും ഹെൽത്ത് എമർജൻസീസ് വരുമ്പോൾ അവർ തന്നെയാണ് കൂടുതലും ഹോസ്പിറ്റൽ സർവീസസ് എടുത്തിരുന്നത്. കൂടുതൽ ആളുകളും ജീവിച്ചിരുന്നത് അവരുടെ ഒരു പെൺമക്കളുടെ കൂടെയാണ്. ആൺമക്കളൊന്നും നോക്കാത്തൊരു സിറ്റുവേഷനാണ് ഞാൻ എന്റെ സ്റ്റഡിയിൽ എൽഡർലി വിഡോസിനെ കണ്ടത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അവരോട് സംസാരിച്ച സമയത്ത് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായത് അവർക്ക് ഇതുപോലെയുള്ള ടെൻഷൻസും ഇമോഷൻസും വിഷമങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ അവർ തന്നെ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സ്ട്രാറ്റജി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അവർ അടുത്തുള്ള ആളുകളുമായിട്ട് സംസാരിക്കുക അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫാമിലി മെമ്പേഴ്സുമായിട്ട് കൂടുതൽ അറ്റാച്ച് ചെയ്യാനൊക്കെ ശ്രമിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ എക്കണോമിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഡിപ്പെൻഡൻസി ഫാമിലിയിൽ കൂടുതൽ വരുമ്പോൾ അത് ഫാമിലിക്ക് ഒരു ബർഡൻ ആയിട്ട് മാറാനുള്ള ഒരു സാധ്യതയും അവർ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിക്കുന്നു. അവരുടെ ഫാമിലിയിൽ എല്ലാവരും തന്നെ പുറത്തു പോകുന്ന ആളുകളാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ ഇവര് വൈകിട്ട് ഉച്ചവരെ ജോലിക്ക് പോകുന്നുള്ളെങ്കിൽ പോലും അവർക്ക് വീട്ടിൽ തിരിച്ചു വരുമ്പോൾ അവരെ ഒരു ഒറ്റപ്പെടൽ, അവരിൽ ഒരു ലോൺലിനെസ് അനുഭവിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയാനുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, അപ്പൊ പറയാൻ പറ്റിയില്ലെങ്കിലും ഐ കൺക്ലൂഡ് മൈ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ. ഈ ഒരു സ്റ്റഡിയിൽ നിന്ന് എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായ കാര്യം, അവർക്ക് ക്രോണിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡിസീസസ് ഒന്നും അവർക്ക് അഫക്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. ഇത്രയും കാലമായിട്ട് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. ഈ ഒരു 75 years ആയിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിലും ക്രോണിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡിസീസസ് അഫക്റ്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ അനുഭവിക്കുന്ന അവരുടെ ഇടയിലേക്ക് ഒരുപാട് ആളുകൾ എത്തിപ്പെടുകയും പ്രശ്നങ്ങളൊന്നുമില്ല എന്ന് നമ്മൾ പുറമേ നിന്ന് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ കാണുന്ന ആളുകൾക്ക് ഒരുപാട് മാനസികമായിട്ടുള്ള പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുകയും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് ഒരു സപ്പോർട്ടും കിട്ടാതെ വരിക, ഒരു ഏജിങ് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരുപാട് കൺസേൺസിലൂടെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ആ ഒരു സപ്പോർട്ട് സോഷ്യലി പൊളിറ്റിക്കലി അവർക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ള ഒരു സത്യവും ദളിതായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു രീതിയിൽ അവര് മാർജിനലൈസ് ചെയ്യപ്പെടുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എനിക്ക് ഇതിൽ നിന്നും മനസ്സിലാക്കാനായിട്ട് സാധിച്ചത്. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, Shaini. That's a very interesting paper. health vulnerabilities among elderly Dalit widows. പക്ഷെ ഇനി മലയാളത്തിൽ സംസാരിച്ചതിന് ഞാൻ പ്രത്യേകം നോക്കിയിട്ടില്ല. കാരണം നമുക്ക് ഭാഷ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഫ്ലൂയിഡ് ആയിട്ട് ഉപയോഗിക്കാനുള്ള സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം നമുക്ക് എല്ലായ്പ്പോഴും. So we can always switch between English and Malayalam, depending upon what our convenience is, and also depending upon what we think is more effectively communicative to the audience. അപ്പോൾ അടുത്ത പ്രസന്റേഷനായിട്ട് ഐ ആം ഇൻവൈറ്റിംഗ് പ്രൊഫസർ അനിത ജയ്സൺ, who is an assistant professor at School of Social Work, Depot Institute of Science and Technology, Andamadi. She'll be presenting on socio-economic empowerment of women in Kerala, Kudumbasree's participation and efficacy. So I again urge to stick to the objectives and gist of the paper, conclusion of the paper, so that we can actually stop ourselves in time.
Good afternoon to one and all. So, my topic is Kudumbasree's efficacy in socio-economic empowerment of women in Kerala. Just I bring some thoughts to your mind and please listen. Okay. So it is an analysis towards the rate of empowerment of women through Kudumbasree. So especially the socio-economic sector I choose. And as we all know that Kudumbasree is the backbone of women empowerment today. So I have only 3 objectives, that is to understand the role of Kudumbasree for improving the standard of living, and to understand the structure, working and progress of Kudumbasree project in Kerala, to know the contribution of Kudumbasree project in the overall economic development. That's my objectives. And coming to my findings, the first thing is that the years of experience in Kudumbasree, that I have a question in mind, that why or how Kudumbasree rise in membership. So, and I understood that the platform for empowerment that given by Kudumbasree, and one of the most interesting thing is that now today Kudumbasree is Kerala's 43 lakh women community network. So that is very appreciable. And also the next concern I have choose that I would like to find the role of microcredit and loan which helps the community. That is very important thing. And I conducted study on the same, and I found that the 85% of the women are raise in microcredit and get loan from the Kudumbasree, and they can be independent through that. So that is the other concern. And coming to next one is the self-confidence level and increase in social respect. That is a major thing I found. That is 95% of the respondent who participated in Kudumbasree program that developed their level of confidence to take up responsibilities after joining the initiative. That means the ability to face critical situations, ability to participate in Grama Sabhas, and to go for shopping without the help of family members. That is a major concern. I found that. And the next one is the most wonderful thing that I observed. That is skills and strength that after the participation in the Kudumbasree, they could improve the economic and financial empowerment. And next one is social inclusion and empowerment. I don't want to talk much about the economic and financial empowerment. Just a thought that I bring to your mind, that is the social inclusion and empowerment. That why? Because most of the people are neglecting those people from transgender community, SC, ST, etc. So why the transgender SC, ST people were not included in the group? That is a major question I want to know. And why they made separate SHCs and NHCs for them also? And there is still the discrimination is happening in our country. So I think we need more time to accept those people, but it's really worst thing that we continuously neglect them. And the next is opportunity to participate in social gathering and meetings to raise views and suggestions. And yet I'm not going to say any complicated topics regarding that same, and just happy to see them, or pleasure to have them in the mainstream of the society. That's I give the picture here. And also they come to the mainstream of the society. That is a very interesting thing. I'm very happy and just expressing my happiness over that. And also the last and but not least the thing, that is economic empowerment. Many members or participants have talked about the economic empowerment. So I just concluding my presentation that I just put forth some factors that achieved by Kudumbashree in 25 years. It was started as poverty eradication program and it's just continuing very, very good. And also, there are some discussion over there that is, I'm concluding my presentation with that discussion, that the major thing is the women smiling conceal a difficult struggle, an amazing history that we cannot witness. And so regardless of caste, creed, gender, or anything else, respect everyone. That is something we called empowerment. Am I right? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anita, especially for saving me from jumping up from there and, stopping from going further. But that's a very important topic, how to remain more inclusive and also how to bring in actually people who are in the unconventional domains of this society, right? She already spoken about the transgenders, the SCST, people who belong to the SCST. There's been more participation from that side as well. And Kudumbashree actually can be a pioneering organization in, bringing all of them together and giving more momentum to the empowerment movement that's already happening. So I will now invite the next speaker, Abhina Ansari, who is a research scholar at Department of Economics, Achumana Government College, Kodanalu. She'll be speaking about examining the role of educational attainment and financial autonomy in women empowerment. So again, the time limit, please keep in mind. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored to present my research study here. So, our research focuses on understanding the pivotal role of educational attainment and financial autonomy in fostering women's empowerment. Okay. We have utilized the valuable data set from National Family Health Survey 5 to derive evidence-based insights and draw meaningful conclusions. The main objective of the study is to, through the study, we are planning to unravel the interrelationship between educational attainment, financial autonomy, and women empowerment. So we have reviewed several literatures and they have already shown, several researchers have already discussed about the interrelationship between these three indicators. Now, okay, this is about the data. The data, NFHS 5 is the National Family Health Survey, the fifth round in the NFHS series, which is basically about the demographic and health survey conducted in India. Then education towards, we all know how education works towards women empowerment. So there are definitely many points. So we cover it into major key points. I'm not explaining each. We know that education works towards women empowerment as a foundation, as an economic empowerment. It also leads to, it also helps in health and well-being, in decision making. Then enables them to participate in political activities, then legal and political rights, etc. And also how financial autonomy works towards women empowerment. We also have seen several studies on that. And also we have a general notion how financial autonomy will works towards women empowerment. It also, we can, these are the major key points: economic independence, reduced vulnerability, entrepreneurship, ownership and asset accumulation, participation in economic and political decision-making, access to education and healthcare. There are several points, but we are covering it into these major key points. Now moving to the major finding. So here we can see in the first column, we have different levels of education from no schooling to 12 or more years completed in school. And in the other columns, we have the indicators to show the financial autonomy, like percentage who have money that can decide to use like the money, and then percentage of women who have a bank or saving account for their use, then percentage of women who have knowledge about microcredit, and percentage of women who have actually taken this loan as a microcredit. So all this data is basically about the women population in India. Here, what we noticed is that in the first two indicators, we can clearly see a kind of a U curve, which means as the schooling or the education level is very low, we see that the economic indicators are comparatively higher in that stages. But when the education level moves up to like 5 to 10 years in school, the indicators, the first two indicators show a trend of slowing down. They are declining. Then again, when the education level moves up from 10 to 12 years, we again see an increase in the first two indicators. So we can say that there is a U trend in the first two indicators, which shows about the financial economy. So that might be the relation between education and financial autonomy with regard to that indicator. Then now we're talking about the third indicator, the percentage of women who have knowledge about microcredit. We also see that there is an increase in the second one. Like when there is a 5 years, for the women who have completed 5 years schooling, we see that the percentage is 54.6, which is lower in the previous stage and which is also lower in the next levels of education. But at the same time, we can see that overall, the 12 overall women who have completed 12 or more years in school have more chance, they have more knowledge about microcredit. So these are giving some ideas about how the education is directly linked to the financial autonomy. But a very different result is in the final indicator, the percentage who have actually taken loan from microcredit. Here we can see that, look at the trend. We can see that the women who have completed 12 or more years in school actually have very low percentage. They have taken very low. The microcredit actually taken by them is very low. And also we see that the women who have completed 5 years or less in school have the highest with 17.4%. They have taken the highest microcredit in practical. So there might be numerous reasons, but we can pinpoint some as maybe the highly educated might have landed in a high-paying job, or they are financially stable, so they may not be in need of a microcredit. And also we could say that this highly educated, as education is not expensive, but also we can say that this highly educated may be from a well-off family or a wealthy family. We could conclude that there are no evidence to suggest to confirm this findings, but we could confirm that. And also then moving on to this is our major finding. Here we did a correlation with these indicators, education and financial autonomy indicators. And here we saw what a surprising result, that we saw a negative correlation between the percentage of women who have actually taken microcredit and also education, as we have discussed in the previous slide. And also we see a negative correlation between education and percentage of women participants, women who participate in decision making. And one thing to notice that the NFHS 5, they mainly confined the decision making of women to their own healthcare, visit to home, and household purchases. Though these are considered as the decision making areas for women in this survey. So here also the surprising result is that the negative correlation between education and decision making of women, which is completely against the general notion and also against the previous literatures on this field. Here also we can say maybe this is due to an insufficient data, because NFHS 5 is also only around 25,000, around taking only 25,000 of the population, which is a very small fraction of the entire population in India. So we could say that because of the insufficient data, we cannot generalize this. That is one thing. Or also we could say that this is actually true, and there are some cultural or societal issues, or the cultural or societal constraints which actually prevent people who are educated from taking their own decisions. Like family dynamics, we can also talk about, because in India, the family dynamics majorly affect women in taking their decisions. Okay. So these are the possibilities. It might be due to the insufficient data, but we have this is the result that we have here, and we could say that this is actually true, but which we can only confirm it with further studies. So rigorous studies are required. Maybe more appropriately, qualitative studies required to find any hidden variable or an extraneous variable which actually results in this negative correlation between education and women's participation in decision making. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. decision making is at the heart of any empowerment process, in fact, where we actually understand how exactly the gender dynamics in the society is actually changing over a period of time, and as a result of the participation in the SSG program. We need actually more research into it. We need more lights actually on light to be put on this. More insights about the dynamics of decision. As Abhina very correctly said, there are social, cultural factors which are always operate, in decision. Scholar, Department of Social Work, Central University of Kerala, to speak about scheduled tribe women's health accessibility during and after COVID-19 pandemic, systematic review. Prashant.
Hi, good afternoon all. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, all the hungry tummies waiting for a yummy lunch. Actually, the wave of COVID-19 pandemic struck the beautiful voyage of life, and the entire world stood still by the mighty blow of this pandemic. The effect of the pandemic actually revealed the gaps in the Indian healthcare, not only in the Indian healthcare system, but the whole nation, whole world. And dealing with especially dealing with the health of the marginalized indigenous communities, women, children, and old age. The governments quickly realized the impact of the pandemic on the marginalized and weaker section of the community, such as temporary and permanent loss of employment and income, and its effects on their health access. Revealing the inadequacy and the unpreparedness of the health system to control the sudden onset of the pandemic metamorphosized and rebuilt the concept of health access using the technology. That is, the COVID-19 pandemic is a catalyst that brought prime changes in the world's health system, education, technology, and trade. Especially, we have utilized the telephone-based health access or mobile health access or e-health access to reduce the access related with the health access. And we did, with the help of thematic analysis, we did this process. The methodology. We have used the MyLoft. Actually, we have used MyLoft application to find the literature review, and we have used the inclusion and exclusion criteria. The studies having primary research data for identifying the predictors of health before the COVID-19 pandemic in the English language. Themes: women health access to health services, induced problems, efforts implemented to ensure access to health services, and challenges of e-health services have been identified using the primary studies and systematic reviews between 1st March 2021 and 31st June 2023 in English language. Studies included women and scheduled tribe women health access and National Family Health Survey reports from 1 to 5 also we have included in this review. And these are the 4 themes we have identified from this. Predictors of health access, women access to health services, efforts taken to ensure access to health services, and challenges of e-health services. These are the theoretical frameworks we have depend on this review. Anderson framework of health service utilization. We have taken the environment and the predisposing factors, enabling factors, and need factors for this review. And for the identifying the barriers, we have taken healthcare access barrier model from Emilio Carrillo et al. 2011. And they have divided these barriers in 3: financial barriers, structural barriers, and cognitive barriers. And when we do the analysis of the review, the predictors of health access. From the external environment in India, majorly the Naxal affected areas in the tribal population, monsoon-induced isolated villages, lack of means of in the tribal areas, where the problems and the predisposing factors, demographic factors, we all know that age, gender, social status, language, awareness, cultural factors, individual, familial, and community perception of the qualities of the services available, and the other factors, enabling factors, personal or family factors, community factors, and need factors, where the predictors of health access in the entire world. And the women access to health services induced problems. We found that fear and stigma were the most acted as already there was barrier, and fear and stigma made as a blanket, along with the lockdown induced travel restrictions and the absence of technology and lack of technology support. And induced stigma towards the virus and infection also drew people away from health seeking facilities and ritual practice. But we found that one thing, that the ritual practice of fasting has been practiced, and the contrary to the expectation, the burden of tuberculosis, anemia, and associated comorbidities increased in the tribal population. And the next one, reduction in deliveries and increase in high-risk pregnancies. And when we search for the international perspective, Ethiopia has found a 29% of reduction in antenatal clinic visits. And in USA and Italy, there was reported a reduction in antenatal ultrasound scanning, which is very significant in significant in analyzing the women health when they are pregnant. And Kawuki et al. Found that fear of coronavirus was higher among the lower caste women than the higher caste women, with a mean difference of 5.43 with the p-value of 0.05. Efforts taken in India, we have taken not in India or entire the world, we have taken the growth of during the pandemic. We had a growth of telehealth services, online outpatient consultations, and which helped to prevent the spread of, not only helped to prevent the spread of the pandemic, but also they have increased the helped to reduce the increase the health access of the people with the help of this technology assisted health services. And we have used mobile health applications such as WhatsApp, Skype, etc., to access the health services, to access and increase the virtual clinics visit and displace the face-to-face interaction with the health providers. Okay, yeah. And when we use the e-health embedded health system, we are introducing, we will get the entire data, entire family data, individual data, not only the individual data, family health records, community health records into a one system, which is in and we have already have a health system, online health system in the name of e-Sanjeevani, and in Kerala we have a e-health system. So we can include all these things, and we can make the policy decisions, real-time visualization of geographical identification of prevalence of acute and chronic illness, research and data analysis, and policy advocacy, improving health access and rehabilitation services. All this can be done with the help of this e-health clinic, which it is a conceptual framework of us with the help of Dr. Dilip Divakarji, my supervisor. We did this work, and thank you to all. Thank you.
Again, due to time constraint, we are actually having to rush through all these slides and all. Now, without spending any more time, I will invite Dr. Rasina KK, who is an assistant professor of economics at Sri Achyuthamanan College, Kottanalu, Thrissur, to speak about women component plan and allocative approach to women empowerment.
Respected Chair and dear friends, a very good afternoon to all. My topic of presentation is Women Component Plan, an allocative approach to women empowerment. The overview of my presentation is like this. First of all, I try to explain what is the objective of my presentation, and next, what is the Women Component Plan, and why why there is an separate allocation for planning for women, and what is the history of Women Component Plan in India, how it is implemented in Kerala, and how Women Component Plan contributed for women empowerment. And lastly, to conclude, what we can to say how the Women Compliant Plan became an allocative approach to women empowerment. First of all, what is the Women Compliant Plan? As we all know, the objective of my presentation is to highlight the Women Compliant Plan as a voluntary allocative action by the government for attaining women empowerment. As we all know, Women Compliant Plan, as it adopted in 9th plan, it is earmarked a clear, unconditional minimum quantum of funds or benefits for women in the schemes run by all ministries or departments that were perceived to be women-related, and thereby recognized that prioritizing financial resources for programs or schemes for women is critical for women empowerment. This is what about Women Compliant Plan, and why we need a special allocation or special plan for women. These are the reasons for introducing Women Compliant Plan. First of all, we all know that there exists gender inequality in all fields of life, just like education, health, job opportunities. In almost all scenarios of life, there exists a gender inequality. To remove these inequality, we need special allocation for those who faces these inequalities, and therefore we need a Women Compliant Plan. Next one was to empower women, or to empower those are not in power. For empowering someone, we need a deliberate and voluntary action by a non-profitable organization like government, and therefore we need a Women Compliant Plan. We need that, we know that inclusive development is our aim to attain, to access the fruits of development by all sections of the people. We have to allocate some schemes or funds for the benefits of the excluded people. And for this, we need a Women Compliant Plan. For fulfilling international commitments like sustainable development goals, especially 5 gender equality, we need a special allocation for women. For attaining these, fulfilling these international commitment, we need a Women Compliant Plan. For active participation and representation of all sections of the population, especially for women, we need Women Compliant Plan. For attaining the holistic development, and for mainstreaming gender minorities, women are not a gender minority, but we need, in most of the fields of life, women lag behind men, and therefore, for attaining this gender mainstreaming, we need Women Compliant Plan. For better monitoring and accountability, for awareness and sensitization about gender rights, we need Women Compliant Plan. And for having evidence-based policy, we need Women Compliant Plan. For all these reasons, we are arguing for a special plan for women empowerment or women gender mainstreaming. And as we rationalizing the Women Compliant Plan, the same are the objectives of Women Compliant Plan. That is, the major objectives are for promoting gender equality, for empowering women, for improving the status of women, for enhancing women access to education, and health and nutrition, for improving or for increasing political participation, for promoting social inclusion, for capacity building of women, for correct data collection and monitoring of gender, intersectional gender needs and prioritizing, for gender mainstreaming, for creating awareness and gender sensitization. These are the objectives of Women Compliant Plan. And in India, Women Compliant Plan has entered the planning process during the 7th plan by initiation of a special mechanism to monitor 27 beneficiary-oriented schemes for women. In the 9th plan period, we earmarked a significant, a special amount of fund, not less than 30% of funds or benefits are earmarked for women under various schemes of women-related projects by ministries and departments. During 10th 5-year plan, we are combining the Women Compliant Plan with gender budgeting, and it is said to be gender budgeting has to play a complementary role to women compliant plan, and it ensure both preventive and post facto action in enabling women to receive their rightful share from all the women related and gender development sectors. In Kerala, women compliant plan, we introduced at the local self-government level, which is the layer of government which is very closer to people. And in 9th 5-year plan, in Kerala, it is instructed that an allocation of minimum 10% of plan outlays for all departments should be mandatorily earmarked for the women-specific project. And how the women component plan is contributed to women empowerment by mandatory allocation for focus group, target groups allocation for empowerment and development, by gender mainstreaming, by monitoring and evaluating the policies, and by giving a legal framework, and by producing an empowerment outcome. The WCP contributed to women empowerment. To conclude, we can say that the women component plan leads to women empowerment, and mere speeches, writings, and programs are not led to women empowerment. It requires a mandatory fund allocation. Therefore, WCP is an allocative approach to women empowerment. The result of WCP is solely based on how effectively it is prioritized, it is planned, it is implemented and monitored. For these, women representatives and women-specific institutions like SHGs, neighborhood groups, and Kudumbashree have to play greater roles in this regard. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you again. With that, we come to the finale of this session. I thank all my presenters here. All of them have presented quite well, in fact, and all of them have presented very important topics, in fact. So we should have actually had a little more time to discuss, to listen to them in more detail, and to discuss all these topics. But unfortunately, we don't have it at this moment. ഒരു മണി കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ ബ്രെയിനും വയറും തമ്മിലുള്ള വടംവലിയാണ്. പിന്നെ ആരെയും കുറ്റം പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. And also, I think this is actually becoming the case nowadays. It's more like a norm than assumption in all the academic conference. So I urge that, we should always be prepared to do this, to do a presentation in a hurry, because we are also living in a knowledge explosion time. A lot of papers are actually coming. A lot of people actually wants to articulate themselves. So everywhere we go, we actually will face this thing. So you should all be prepared. So this can also be a preparatory thing for you, all of you being PhD scholars and also in the early phase of your career. Thanks a lot once again to the organizing committee for, having me, my presenters here, for giving all of us this opportunity. In fact, there are a lot more things to discuss also in the context of Kudumbashree. I myself actually have written elaborately on Kudumbashree, have discussed a lot of things, in fact, but we don't have that much time. So thank you once again. Thank you all. I wind up here. Okay.
Very, very informative session. This is the end of breakout session. Paper presentations by academicians and research scholars on behalf of Kudumbashree District Mission and Kerala Institute of Local Administration. Thank you so much, all the presenters. And I would like to invite Sri Naveen C, Chief Operating Officer, NRLM, Program Officer, Gender, to give away memento to our moderator, Dr. Rajiv Kumramkandat. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we have a lunch break. Lunch is arranged in Sahyadri, the very next to Akila entrance left side. All are cordially invited. Enjoy your lunch and come back at sharp 2:10. Kindly cooperate for the plenary session and panel discussion after the lunch we have. Thank you.